quit? I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep the chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See,
Hello and welcome back to This or That Live, presented by Verizon with Kobe and Dak.
We're alive! We are alive.
That means that we're
Real
gonna
life.
pull up the slides and we're instantly going to get hit with the prediction slide.
Oh,
Each team
are they
respond
really
to-
going to hit us with that
No,
right
okay.
away? Oh, okay.
Carrying a 1v9 game or getting honored by the person who carried the game. What? Of course doing the carrying yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 100%. 100%. Also, it should be noted, this is a YouTube comment submission, so thank you very much for that. Keep sending those in to us. We like these slides.
But, James,
yeah.
I'll allow you to be the one who honors me when I carry the game.
There it is. Okay, Kobe carries 1v9 and I honor him. Wait a second. No, you honor me after you carried 1v9.
Let's be honest. Okay, that one's gone. More doomed. Is it Diving Revenge's TK? Yeah, Diving Tom Kent's not so good right now.
Yeah, in general, not a good
Or
idea.
facing Danny's Tristana, undefeated. Let's go with Rookie of the Year, Danny.
Thank you, thank you. I was screaming after that game 4 that just put him back on the Tristana. He's undefeated, he's gonna carry, and then they relegate him to Ziggs of all things. That is a terrifying champion player combo to have to face.
They knew they were going to lose the game, so they put him on Ziggs to protect his KDA
protect
for
it.
Tristana.
I like it, I like it.
Feels worse? Is it failing a flash? Yes, that is terrible. Or failing a flash for an aggressive play? Oh, defensive or aggressive?
No, I think aggressive looks worse. Because defensive, I think defensive, it's one of those things where, I understand a little bit more the panic then in those situations. And, hey, you were still, you were doing everything you can to avoid getting killed. So, I'm a little more forgiving on that. But if you're going for the aggressive play and you just, flash into a wall and you don't get your ultimate off or something.
You don't die when this one happens.
You might. They might turn it around. That might be the reason we lose the aggressive. A fight we should have won 100% might be lost because you fail flash.
I think that it's way funnier to me, so probably feels worse for them if they fail a defensive one, because I'm laughing. I'm like, look at them panicking over here. You can't even get over the wall. They get
That's
close
so
to
mean,
it and
man.
fail.
That's so rude.
I'm going with
Okay,
defensive.
we're split on this one. I'm going aggressive play. What's next? All right, worst job. Is it Malzahar's pet daycare or is it Fizz's touch tank aquarium?
Touch tank.
Ooh, honestly, I think that's a cooler job.
So,
do I
also-
have to interact with the sharks over here? Or
Exactly. Just working at this place, I'm not sure what you have to do. You could feed the shark by throwing stuff.
There might be some chaos though when someone else touches a shark and gets their arm ripped off, and now you're the person on staff who has to clean up all the blood.
Part of the job is having them fill out the waiver beforehand.
Oh yeah, I like
Sign
doing
away
that.
your life.
Yeah, just
We're
sign it
not
away.
liable for anything here working at Biz. So I think that one would be worse, because I hate bugs, and you just be swarmed with all these bug creatures, and you have to either clean up or deal with them in some way.
Here's my question. Is Malzahar's pet daycare a daycare that Malzahar runs, or you're simply taking care of Malzahar
the
Voidling?
pets. Look at the picture right there.
Then this is worse, because I don't want to take care of just a bunch of little void monsters that really don't provide me anything of value.
All right, next one. What we got? I'm not going anywhere near that daycare.
Ooh.
Better hypothetical bottom lane, FBI and Vulcan or Danny. Ooh, put Rookie of the Year with former MVP.
Yeah, that's big.
And
world champ.
I feel like this is the best mentor with the Rookie of the Year talent. Oh,
New blood, old blood, good mixture there.
But
I think
also,
stylistically, Core JJ would probably help Danny a lot in terms of, Danny still has a lot of aggression, but I think Core JJ can focus that a little bit more.
Is this not just last year tactical with Core JJ, though? He also ran Rookie of the Year.
That is true.
We've got it. This is Team Liquid's bottom lane, basically.
That is true.
FBI and Vulcan would be insane.
So I think on the outset, this is a stronger bot lane. If they have no time.
This one's all about TK.
No time to work. We just put them on the Rift right now. I do think FBI Vulcan wins.
So then FBI Vulcan, they
there
win.
it is. I'm excited by that bot lane, though. Okay, scarier peak junglers, is it Blabber or Santorin? Ooh.
Said peak.
Peak, it's got to be Blabber. It's got to be Blabber. I mean, yeah, this guy has run over the league before, multi-time MVP for a reason, and just the style in which he plays is terrifying.
It's spring, okay?
Yeah.
If we go into spring and you go to Blabber reviews, it's terrifying. The Olaf gonna run down everyone. Santorin, though, right now, I think it's undisputed
that's the stronger jungler right now, for sure, but we were comparing peaks. All right, this is our indication that we're moving on to our next section, and for this, we thought it'd be fun this week if Kobe and I brought a couple of slides of our own to the the table, but of course it's no fun if we answer our own slides. So we've got a couple guests joining us. We've got a Blaze Olive and Chime.
We've got
Golden Guardian.
Rookie of the Year runner-up, a Blaze Olive,
Woo!
and Mastermind Chime over here.
Welcome.
So,
We got some big slides for you.
How do you feel coming in and having this Team Liquid TSM series where they're just picking Bard, fighting over your champion? Who's the better Bard? Cortez or you?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Cortez or Sword Art. Cortez or me? I mean, I haven't played Bard at all this year, so. I would say
Your name is Chime.
I haven't played for.
So now we know if you had picked the Bard up last week, maybe you guys would be on stage right now. Oh, damn. All right, what a bummer on the meta right there. Let's dive into some slides, shall we? We got some big, hard-hitting ones here for you today. This is from Kobe and Dash. Who do you want to be the last team representing you at Worlds?
Who's going to defend your North American honor?
You wanna go first? Yeah, I think it's C9. It has to be C9 because they knocked us out, so like we're technically.
Oh, there it is, and then boom, then you're first place.
I was also gonna go to C9 for pretty much the same reason because we were the second best team, clearly.
Yeah.
So if C9 wins, like we're
Truly,
basically
only
I
the
feel like
very
that's how it
best
works,
could
right?
beat
I
you
think
guys.
it is.
I think that's how it works. So
Transitive property.
So you both think they're going to win versus EG today, then?
Yeah, I think so.
You do?
I said 3-2 though.
3-2.
I said 3-1.
You think it's gonna be a little bit more dominant? Okay. Now this is
All
the
right.
hottest button topic known to man here at the LCS. Okay, what is better? Is it the cold or the heat? And this is forever a contentious debate between the two of us.
Because I know it's super common when people are like, oh, would you rather be too cold or too
hot?
Yeah. One of us is very strong one way, and the other one is the opposite. So
We're not gonna tell you just yet.
Yeah.
We want to get your answers first.
You go.
All right.
All right.
I have to say I like the cold better. I approve.
now,
because
which one of us do you think agrees with that?
I think I'm gonna go with that.
The guy who fist bumped.
Come on,
the guy who gave it away instantly. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. For me, it's because you can always just wear more clothes and like deal with it.
This is
That
a smart man right here.
That is
This is an intelligent man right
that
here.
is circumventing the question.
No,
the
it's
question
not.
is, if it's too cold, if you're too cold,
Okay, even
but that's
despite that.
dealing with freezing
All right.
temperatures.
We'll talk about that question next, because they are two different
Okay.
questions. They're two different questions. All right, so if you had to pick just between do you prefer cold or hot, what do you prefer?
to do this, but I have to.
What?
go cold.
Wow.
Okay, if you're going to sleep and you're cold and then you put layers on, it feels so good. But if you're too hot, it just sucks.
Thank you.
I'm the only one over here in Hot Boy Summer. You guys are all just bundled up over there. I'm at the pool party.
Oh my
You guys can't have pool parties in the cold.
We're gonna jump to this one in a second, but I do want to finish our conversation though, because the follow-up question to that is, would you rather be too cold or too hot? So let's pretend like you don't have any other clothing options to put on. So now you just have to deal with the increasingly cold temperatures or increasingly hot temperatures. At that point, which side of the coin are you on?
I mean, for me, it's the same thing because you can sort of run and build your body heat up.
Now, dude, a thinker. This is a thinker
I would
right
flip.
here.
I would flip.
Yes!
I would say
Okay.
hot. I would say hot.
So, funnily enough, I actually think I would flip. There's a point in which it gets too cold that it's actually just more
Can't play League
detrimental
if you're
to
too
be.
cold. Yeah, your hands
Gotta
freeze
get
up.
the
Your name is Ablaze Olive, and he's choosing cold.
That's
Okay,
the
let's
point.
move on.
He's always hot boy summer, you know?
too hot.
Always
Most
hot boy.
pivotal role. What is it? Whoa, you get top and jungle as one slide.
No, they only have 3 panels. So really, this is a this, that, the other thing, that one other thing, or the thing we forgot to mention.
Okay.
So it's those 5 options out of the 5 roles. What do you think is the most pivotal role on the Rift?
Spam in Twitch chat, please.
Oh, yes, please. Oh, wait, yeah, don't answer that yet. My bad. Twitch chat, you spam.
We don't want to let them copy
We
our
will reveal
answers.
your answers later. We don't want to tee them off to what the pros already know. So as you guys go ahead and spam the chat with one of those 5 roles, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, diving into more of this or that with a Blaze Olive and Chime. We'll see you soon. You think it's mid? I think
Always. It's always.
All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. I'ma ride this thing till the wheels fall off. Catch my drift, pop my clutch. Pedal, metal, skirt, peel off. Top peeled off, choke on my dust. I want it all, but it's never enough. I've been running the map, I'ma keep it a buck. I've been so far ahead, it ain't no catching up. All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. I'm running it. All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. All gas, no be making these moves. Say what I wanna, can't walk in my shoes. Do what I wanna, I'm nobody's fool. Now I'm on top, hate to give you the news. If you did it, I done it. You do not run it. Your takers don't need now. Let's keep it 100. You running on fumes. I'm taking no breaks. It is worth having if you gotta wait. Let's get it straight. This is my fate. My destiny calling like I got a date. I'ma be ballin' like I'm moving weight. Now let's even the odds so you know it's at stake. Yeah. Run and get it, adios. I've been at the top, you ain't even close. Randy Moss, the competition toast. Hail Mary, catch a denim ghost. Out of here, gone. Changing my number, no calling my phone. Trust me, I'm focused, I'm all in my zone. I made a living from proving them wrong. Come hella, I wanted whatever the cost. Started off local and now I'm a boss. Don't bet against me, you be taking a loss. Say what I wanna, I'm driven with sauce. All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. I'm running it. All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. I'm running it.
Yeah. All of my life, man, they counting me out. Not many people are doubting me now. Even some legends are shouting me out. I promise there's nobody stopping me now. My haters look angry, I'm popping. My name will never be forgotten. Running this game, I ain't jogging. Opponents know that I'm a problem. Ay.
Welcome back to This or That Live, where we are still joined by Blaze Olive and Chime, pumping through the slides. Now we've got a little bit different version here. We sent some survey questions to both of our little invitationals here. They have answered already, so it's up to the other three of us to choose what we think. In this case, Chime answered for the slide.
All right, so yeah, the portrait represents who the question was asked to. What thing do you miss the most about Canada besides family and friends? Well, the choices are my dog and Tim Hortons.
What do you
think?
think?
If this man didn't choose his own dog, then I'm going to reconsider friendship. I'm going to reconsider friendships if he's choosing food over the dog.
Do we know if he actually has a dog? Did production just do?
What if it was? Yeah, what if they...
Okay. It has to be dog then.
It's got to be dog.
Tell us now.
It's dog. I don't know how they got this photo, but it's my dog. It's my dog.
What is your dog's name?
That is a cuddly looking
Louis?
dog.
It's Luigi is the long version.
Oh, great, fantastic name.
Yeah.
I'll also say that Tim Hortons has really gone down.
Ooh.
I feel
Timmy's ain't what it used to be.
It really,
Hot
like,
take.
a few years ago, it was really insane.
Made a
but
lot of
now-
enemies north of the border,
I
my
do not
friend.
agree with that.
I mean, that was
internal
just
team
a-
rift. No.
In your opinion, what is the perfect sandwich? What did he say? Leftover Thanksgiving? Ugh.
Ooh, or an ice cream
Ice cream.
sandwich.
These have very correct and wrong answers. I feel like this is easily ice cream. And James, you're the person who loves ice cream the most of any
ice
person.
cream.
If you don't answer
love
this,
ice cream. But see, that is a lame way to do ice cream. One, it's just vanilla. Plus, the cookies are
leftover
kind of like
turkey's
soft
not
and
even
mushy
good.
and whatever.
Not even good.
We had ice cream day at the office, and he was really happy.
He's a big ice cream guy.
Yeah,
I mean, and I'm a huge ice cream guy.
Yeah.
But just if I talk perfect sandwich, like we're talking the Thanksgiving sandwich the very next
It's
day, where you've got all the
leftover.
stuff,
Cranberry
you know,
sauce.
cranberry sauce. We got a little bit of gravy, good turkey slices. I mean, like that is a.
Give me your bad take. Give me your bad take.
I'm gonna go with leftover Thanksgiving sandwich. I think this guy knows the sandwiches.
There's no way. I'm going
I think he
ice
knows
cream.
the
Every
sandwich.
time.
That's a bad call.
Damn it!
Yeah, definitely the ice cream.
What?
I can tell you're convincing yourself of this.
I
bad
was
answer.
because why not just get a better bowl of ice cream with better ice cream than what you find in
that's
an
on a
ice cream
sandwich.
Well, yeah, sure. I just.
All right,
I would
next slide.
have gone Thanksgiving sandwich and then bowl of ice cream afterwards as a treat.
Next slide. What we got?
Can't choose both.
That's true.
Favorite dessert for Chime?
Ooh.
New York
Oh.
cheesecake.
I know what I
or
want it to
rum
be.
cake?
These are both amazing.
They do both sound delicious,
Yeah.
but I know what I want it to
I'm
be.
going rum cake.
I'm going cheesecake because cheesecake is one of the best and top
It is.
desserts out there.
I would think
cheesecake.
No, it's not.
What, you
were
go
saying
with?
cheesecake.
I was gonna go with cheesecake.
It's rum cake.
Oh! you
get light it on fire. You get to pour it on top. You light it on fire. It's like a little.
You're just a pyromaniac.
Yeah. I don't light it on fire. Other people do. I watch.
I love playing with fire. I love playing with fire.
Dessert for the show, not for the taste.
The texture is way better.
Taste.
The texture is also way better.
I love a good cheesecake, man. Oh, with a nice graham cracker crust. You can't beat it. You can't.
All right. If not League, what game would you have gone pro in?
Okay, this is back
Oh
to
my
time
God,
again.
I love both these
Smash
games.
Brothers Melee and Rocket League. Okay, so again, yeah, personally, I would choose Rocket League because I find that esport to be so incredibly exciting to watch, and also a game that I just play more. I suck at Melee, but I think you would have chosen Melee because that, as an esports scene, is one of the most exciting out there.
I was gonna say,
that's my call.
I thought for sure you would choose Rocket League because you are way better than me
love
at Rocket League.
Yeah.
You were definitely better. I put so much more time into Smash Brothers though that I feel like it's got to be Smash Brothers.
I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, so many pro players across multiple esports look at Smash Brothers, and for many of them, that's the game. They're like, oh yeah, if I could be like top tier in. It's just that one-on-one competitive mentality that you get there. I think so many pro players want that.
You have memories of playing with your friends just around the house, 4 people inside with the old ass TV.
Yep.
I'll give you a hint though. I was a Kirby man, so.
Oh, so you were.
That's definitely the.
Yeah, I was like, okay, so you would not be successful.
Okay.
Is what we've just learned. There it is, Rocket League. Yeah.
Rocket League is so fun.
Do you play?
Yeah, I play a lot.
Oh, dude, we got to add each other. On
Yeah,
Steam.
yeah.
Okay, I absolutely adore playing. What rank are you?
Let's not go there.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe not pro. Maybe not pro.
Okay, if you were forced to change your name, what would your alternate summer name be? This is To A Blaze Olive. Is it this or that?
This, I guess.
I think I would go this.
Because at least it's more.
You're taking pride in what you are.
There's an actual reason.
You want some more of this, I think is what he'd be all chatting the whole time.
I gotta be honest.
Every time he kills somebody, it's like, yeah, you like this?
Or like that.
I gotta be honest.
I don't know.
I looked at these
can't
answers and
come
I
up
was
with a
like,
good
those are
reason.
both trash names. Even a Blolive, I feel like is better.
But you, okay. Well, okay, make a call. I'm going with this.
Oh, follow-up question though. Do you think that there would be like a duo and this is like a bottom lane
There it
duo
is.
that has
There it
one
is.
of those like matches?
I didn't know he duoed a lot. Yeah, he had a perma duo. So
Oh!
See?
I'm gonna go with this too.
Okay, he's
I'm sticking with
Okay,
it.
we're all on this.
Yeah.
It's that.
What? What is the
Okay,
reasoning?
give that explanation.
It's an acronym. It stands for try hard all the time. And I made it when I was quite young. And I thought it was really clever.
Actually, I align with that philosophy.
What was really
You know?
funny about it is that I put in that and I didn't realize that it was called this or that. And I was like, oh yeah, I realized that like earlier today.
Don't you watch the show, right?
I do, yeah.
I like that it has layers to it though, and he's got an explanation for the worst sounding name.
Right, yeah. Okay. Hey, there was some
thank
clear thought that went into that, and I do align with the philosophy. So from here, I think we're moving to matchup-specific questions. So now we're kind of honing in towards today's matchup. We got Cloud9 on one side, we got EG on the other. So tougher to lane against. Obviously, we're going to want to get your take here as the mid laner. Perks, Jizuke, from your experience, who has it been?
I would say, I think Jizuke's tougher to lane against because he has like higher peaks. So the way that their team plays around mid is so involved that it can feel really frustrating playing against it because he gets so much help and resources. Perks, I feel like, I will say Perks is like the best at translating scrims to stage. Like he plays very the same, which is quite rare. But I think like in terms of like difficulty that I had, I would definitely say Jizuke.
Okay.
I will bring some stats to this because I'm also casting the game. Jizuke has the most solo kills in summer of
got a ton.
any
He has a
player.
ton of
21.
solo kills, yeah.
How many do you think Perks has? Do you think he's close?
I think he has 9.
I'd say 14.
I think he's under 10.
I think you saw the same stat.
Maybe I'm
Because I
recalling
literally
this.
looked up.
I
It
think
is
it's-
9.
I think it's
not
single
even.
digits.
It's not
Okay.
even double
Yeah.
digits.
Yeah.
They have pretty similar isolated deaths, but Jizuke has way more solo kills.
Well, now that I know the right answer,
Whoa! Hey, well done, Chime. Okay, who is more likely to lock in Bard today? So we're gonna hit you over the head with another Bard question. Is it Vulcan or Ignar?
I would have to say Ignar just because I was a huge fan of Ignar, and I shouted him out when I first started playing, and I mean his Bard is really good. So
I think stylistically, too, that makes just a little bit
I
more
mean, he
sense
roams a
for
lot
him,
more.
right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
let's go 2v2.
I have more stats because I was reviewing stats for this series because
Yeah.
you're guessing it. Vulcan, his actual dual proximity dropped like a rock after the series versus Core JJ. You know, because Core JJ was so influential. Dropped from up in the 40s down to, I believe,
26?
even in the 20s.
I want to say 26%.
So I know that he's really embraced it too because he was tweeting out about like, oh, how much do I need to roam now? Like I feel like he's really, playing into this kind of change in the meta.
Yo.
But
Never have I wanted to be a support more than right now. As a former jungler, the idea that I don't even have to farm camps and now I can just run across the map and gank everyone, that's like my ideal role.
Yeah.
I think the other thing with the Vulcan is that you have to think about the AD carry they're paired with. Sven wants to be played to.
Yeah.
He wants the resources. He wants to carry. If you pick Bard, you're alone. I feel like Ignar is more of the alpha in that duo. And he's just gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna leave.
Here's a question for you. Throughout your experience laning with different bot laners, do you find that it's, trying to find a middle ground and a marrying of the two styles, or do you as a support generally have to play to whatever the ADC is made most comfortable by, either aggressive roaming, whatever?
I think it depends on like the dynamic you have between them. Because like for me personally, I try and like change my style to like fit theirs. But like some ADCs are really flexible and will do the same to their support. So it like depends on who has like, I guess, a stronger identity, and will kind of just consume the other.
Alrighty. We've come full circle.
Consume the other. I don't want to play bottom lane.
Bringing a really
Always a
morbid
big fish.
approach to the show. Yeah, it's a new look for us. Okay, bringing everything full circle to that question that we asked you earlier as well as Twitch chat. It was, what is the most pivotal role in League of Legends? You have all 5 roles as an option. We do have Twitch chat's results up on the board, and they are well in favor of jungle with mid lane as secondary, Kobe.
And I was going to say, I tried to hint at mid lane as it was going, to break.
Tried to influence.
I feel like, especially just throughout the history of this game, mid lane has always been the most important role. It is central on the map. You always can play carries in this role, and you have a lot of flexibility if jungle comes and ganks and unlocks it. You can affect the rest of the map too, and you just have more golden experience. I know everyone complains about jungle more, and there have been metas where jungle's actually been too strong.
Very strong.
I admit it, too strong. But I feel like mid lane.
I think if Sejuani's in the meta, then mid lane will always be more. Like if those champs like Zac, Sejuani, then it's like, mid lane matters.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel, as a mid laner, that the jungle's
These
really
damn
what makes
jungle's
it mid lane.
ganking!
Because you can't, like, if you're playing mid lane and the enemy team has a really good jungler, like, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
You just do nothing. You just farm and, like, hope that your team doesn't lose. But as a jungler, it doesn't matter the meta. Even if you're really weak, like, there's gonna be a lane that's really OP, and you camp them, and then they're gonna carry it for you. So you're kind of like empowering whoever's actually OP. So even when mid is OP, you still need a good jungle there. Otherwise, you're just gonna get.
So I would argue that, like Kobe, that mid lane is the most pivotal role because it is the central part of the map, and therefore, like, if that collapses, you basically lose the spine of the team, right? And so a lot else can be attacked when that isn't a strong point for the squad. But I would also argue that jungle is the most impactful role, because it has the agency to affect any place on the map. So therefore, it can have the most impact, but it is not the most pivotal, because jungler loses agency if mid laner loses presence or ability.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the most volatile, and I think a lot of people say jungle because you have that feeling on your team. If you have a bad jungler, it punishes
feel
you
it.
way more.
Yeah.
And it's very, very volatile. I like the answers though.
That is
Let's
good.
get into the next
That is
one.
good. I think from here, we're going to just a couple matchup-related questions. I mean, I see the 2 logos on the board, so I don't know if we just want to. Let's go into predictions here. I know you guys did already give them, but I want to hear a little bit more the reasoning why you've leaned towards, I think it was Cloud9. So
Yeah,
Cloud9
yeah.
EG, I think you said 3-2 Chime.
Yeah.
Close series.
I mean, I think it's gonna be really fun. Like, there's gonna be an insane amount of skirmishes. Like, both teams are not like hesitant at all. So I think that's really good. But I mean, I just think that if they were able to take down Golden Guardian, then they gotta win.
All right. And 3-1 over here. So a little more dominant. You've got the faith.
I think their play styles are a bit too similar. So, like, whichever team that wins, I feel like it's going to be relatively dominant. I think it's unlikely it'll go 3-2 either way. I think C9 is going to win 3-1, but if EG would win, I would also think they're going to win 3-1, to be honest.
When you say they would consume the other
Yeah.
team, I didn't mean it like
A darkness falls on the map. Kobe, what's your prediction for the day? I know you're on the
I gave my
cast,
prediction on the dive. If you want to know what it is, you gotta go check out our
but
other
boom,
content.
that's your teaser for the dive.
Boom! That is going to do it for this episode of the live This or That, though. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, you two, for joining us.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Stay tuned for one of the biggest matchups that we're gonna have all of playoffs.
It's gonna be exciting. Catch you after this.
And go check out the dive.
Well done, gents.
I thought I was going to slide. I was like,
Okay, here's the knockup, but only on a Huhi. Is that a good enough fight? Oh, he's almost deleted. Nearly down. Pops the shield. GPO buys a lot of space, and that means EG.
I'm not
Okay.
yeah. I'm fine. They're looking me. Yeah.
I
I'm HP hero. I cannot do much. I cannot do much.
Kinda caught. Kinda not.
No, Danny is not. It's not enough.
Oh,
Danny, that's big for Danny.
And Danny shuts down one. Mid laner is dead though.
Yes.
Danny.
Wait, Danny?
Danny's out.
Danny's on fire. Holy shit, what's going on, dude?
On his back.
Danny is actually 1v9ing for this team, dude. Oh my
He's
god.
actually playing out of his mind right now.
I know, dude.
I don't think there's a single lady carry in the LCS that would play it like this.
It's Danny versus the world. It's Danny versus the Wow.
Wait, Danny! Danny's
It's actually
no!
Oh my god! Good at this game. Damn, Danny, he does it again. The Tristana.
Welcome back to the LCS. An iconic name in North American League of Legends, Cloud9 faces a heavy hitter reaching new heights and evil geniuses, both aiming to keep their dreams of the title alive. One dream that came true this past weekend, though, was a play cemented in history by the future star, Danny. I mean, I feel like we're still playing this over and over in our head.
Right. I mean, that play was pretty sick. Like, when I watch pro players play, I think about how would I have done that. I definitely would not have played that the way he did. I probably would have jumped in earlier, gotten a kill, and just ran away. But the way he played it, he actually got all 5 of them. I would have gotten maybe 3 max.
I wrote about this, but the coolest thing was watching like all of these COD pros who had tuned in to support like 100 Thieves, and a lot of people who just don't usually have favorable things to say about LCS were just like, oh my God, this kid's cracked. Like, it was really funny to see my timeline just blow up immediately after that play.
When you got double lifts and sneaky blue bigging you up, you're doing something right.
Oh, yeah, that was just so fun. I mean, it's no wonder that on the dive they spent, I want to say 3 hours. It wasn't actually 3 hours, but I feel like you can talk about this play forever. But that's just one of the players that is going to be taken to the Rift today. We've got this showdown between Cloud9 and EG, maybe a bit earlier, depending on what some's expectations are, than you would expect for a matchup like this, because it is pretty neck and neck between these two.
Yeah, I mean, I'll admit that I fully thought that 100 Thieves were going to be here as opposed to EG, but credit to 100 Thieves. I think they came out with a really strong strategy on how they wanted to play their mid jungle, both in draft and then also in targeting Jizuke in the game to make sure that he couldn't have that same early lane dominance that we typically saw from him, which was, you know, just such an instrumental part in setting up what EG wanted to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in addition to that, we saw a lot of the key picks that Jizuke needed denied, right? The Rise was taken away from him, I think, every single game that series. Syndra was banned away from him eventually once he showed that the Syndra was also a pick he was a huge threat on. So I think we saw 100 Thieves come in with really, really good prep and expose some of EG's inflexibility in draft in certain ways.
Now, the way he was playing that Syndra was pretty gnarly, too. Very Jizuke fashion of doing so. Kaizen, I'm going to start with you first, though. Who do you predict to take away this series? There's definitely a lot of tension in this one.
It's tough. I heard Oliver and Chime. I think they have some compelling arguments. I personally think it's going to be an EG 3-2. The reason why is I think EG is a team that they know themselves. Like, they know the style they like to play. They're hyper-aggressive early game, and when they get an advantage, they know how to convert that into early and mid-game leads. Whereas I think C9, it's been a little less clear that they understand what they want to do with the macro game later in the game. And we've seen them, although they had a 3-0 over Golden Guardians against top teams, it just doesn't look like they have a consistent point of focus on the map in terms of what they want to do. Whereas EG, you know exactly what they're going to do every time. Sometimes you just mess up a little bit. But I think EG has been more dominant over the regular season. I think their loss against 100 Thieves was a close series. It was very back and forth.
Yeah, there's a lot of good reason why there's been so much hype around this EG squad. Hi, is your Cloud9 history taken over, or are you all on board the EG train?
Well, let's be clear. I'll never do any biased analysis. It's always just going to be pure facts for me. However, I did choose C9 3-1. My reasoning is pretty simple. I think the players, all 5 players across the board, are either equal to the players on the enemy team or better slightly, and with more in favor of C9, like 3 out of 5 players I would argue are better, whereas 2 or 5 are equal. So when you just have better players across the board or equal players, I think they're just going to win. So
you do have to consider the heights that we have seen the C9 members reach, Emily, compared to some of the newer talent that's continuing to get tested here.
So my take going into this entire split was that, like, oh man, you know, or not this entire split, this playoffs is like C9 are going to turn it on and they're just going to like, they're going to have an even higher ceiling than they did in spring. And that has not yet happened for whatever reason. I feel like the team just isn't synchronizing as well as they did in spring. So I'm also going EG 3-2. I think it could go both ways though. I think this is going to be an incredibly scrappy game. These are 2 teams that really like to fight often against their better judgment sometimes when they take these skirmishes. So I do think it'll be a bloody and really fun series. I'm leaning towards EG, but I honestly won't be shocked if either team wins.
I want to go back to this equal to or greater than point. So you think, do you think Jizuke is less than or equal to Perks?
So jungle, mid, AD carry are in the favor of C9 in my opinion. Whether slightly or a lot, it'll depend on the role. Whereas top and support are relatively equal is what I would argue. I think Impact and Fudge are pretty similar, and I think Vulcan and Ignite are pretty similar, whereas the other 3 are stronger more often than not and significant enough to make it so that I think C9 will win.
That's interesting because, I mean, Jizuke did get first All-Pro, but...
That's fine.
Yeah, I guess from a ex-pro mid laner is a different perspective.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Jizuke's been playing better throughout the split, and he has strong laning, but I don't think he's going to be able to play that way against Perks. When you watch their 2 laning phases, Jizuke is very aggressive in his lane phase. He always plays like he has a jungler there. He's basically saying, hey, my jungler's here, come 2v2 us if you want. But I don't think Perks is going to get baited by that, and I think he can deal with that pressure fine. Like, he has a very high forward percentage. I don't think that's happening here.
And some top-tier talent on both teams that we've seen show out and really close it out for their team. Ban's done here in our first champion select. EG looking to take to blue side. This is going to be a good one, Emily.
Yeah, this is also, already the bans are kind of really interesting to me, given the junglers. Like, EG just straight up took 3 junglers off the table. And then we have the Trundle ban coming in from C9. So I'm really curious to see where both of these teams are going to go in terms of jungle picks, actually, especially given how much Cloud9 has focused on making sure that Blabber is on something he's really comfortable with.
Yeah, and the jungle pool is pretty thin at this point with this many bans. There are some key picks available, including the Diana, which has been a staple for EG. They really like the Diana because that allows them to run Diana Lucian. Lucian is one of Jizuke's most played and most successful champs. So I would like to see them go for that. I think it's one of the combinations that gives them the mixture of damage that they need in terms of magic and AD, and it gives them the early game tower pressure that I think they thrive on. You have Svenskeren in here over his contract. I think part of the reason that I like Svenskeren with Jizuke is because their mid-jungle coordination is so good. Svenskeren spends so much time in the enemy jungle, and he knows how to cover and protect for Jizuke.
We only saw a small taste of Svenskeren in the previous series, now here in the very first game. As some of the locks are going in, we know that Varus has been a staple for multiple teams.
Right. I think this bot lane is going to be pretty rough for Santa. They're against a Philios Thresh, but I don't think they're going to get bullied by that. I don't believe Danny's 2v2 is that strong. Even outside of that, we've seen a lot of roaming from supports nowadays, whether that be because they don't want a 2v2, whether they think it's more impactful to gank mid or top. I'm not entirely sure. But even in that case, I think they'll focus more on 2v2 bot lane here, especially since they have a Philios Thresh. But I don't think they're going to win that lane versus Sven Bulk. And like I said, I think Sven's a better AD carry than Danny by probably a good margin, actually. Like, yes, Danny is the rookie of the split, and he's been playing phenomenal. We just started the day off with that massive highlight, but I don't think he is better AD carry than Sven. I don't think he's gonna be able to push that lane, and that's a hard lane to win anyway. So,
I mean, they definitely don't pressure the 2v2 as much as I think. Like, if you're looking at these two, despite the fact that we went through Vulcan's, or in this or that, they went through Vulcan's support proximity and how or duo procs, how it dropped. I definitely think that C9 has the better 2v2 just generally.
Yeah. So what I'm really interested to see here is how EG responds to now this Lucian being gone. There are some power picks available mid lane, like Syndra and LeBlanc, both available. I think probably no matter what, we're gonna end up with C9 having the stronger 2v2 because either Syndra or LeBlanc plus Lee Sin is gonna be a huge kill threat in mid lane. So it might be that we see Jizuke just decide to default to Rise because that's a pick that allows him to impact side lanes. And
it's off.
And it's gone. So we can't do that either. So let's see if anyone leaves Syndra up.
Right. I think it's pretty easy to actually focus Jizuke's champion pool, not in the sense that he's bad on other champions, but he clearly has champions that he's much better at than others. For example, his Rise. He's like an S tier Rise, but you bring him on a champion like Orianna or something like that. I think he's only like a B tier Orianna or like an A tier at max. And you do the same with his Lucian. You just do a couple bans at mid, and he goes from being like a #1 all-pro NA mid laner to just being a good mid laner. And that's not like a hit on him at all. It's very hard to have like S tier champions in every way to play. So I think this series is just going to really test his ability to be a top tier mid, getting bans focused on him.
Yeah, I will say that on Syndra last series, I thought he was S tier. I mean, even in the first game, although they ended up losing, we saw him have so much impact. He had like flash engages on Syndra, which is like kind of the lunatic play you would only expect from a player like Jizuke. And in the second game, he completely dominated Abadaga mid. Granted, he went up 2-1 early off of an early jungle skirmish, but he eventually forced 100 Thieves to ban him. So I agree, his champion pool is relatively thin, but he's super effective within that pool. I'm surprised to see them pick up set when Syndra's still up, honestly.
Right, well, you don't want to do Syndra Diana. Like, they're still probably going to do it because his champion pool doesn't, there's not very many AD options that are good here. And it's not the best, but like, when you're picking Syndra, you want an AD jungler so that they can't just get the first, what's the little item called? That's not Banshee Veil, it's a smaller part of it.
Verdant Barrier.
Yeah, Verdant Barrier. People are going to rush that to get Merc Treads, and then Syndra no longer has kill pressure. And then at that point, it becomes a scaling game. Syndra's mid game is really weak if she's not ahead in kills and stuff like that, comparatively to other mid laners like Orianna. Your team fight pressure just isn't there. So it's just a rough 2v2 setup, whereas like Orianna Lee Sin, you can't itemize against that. So the 2v2 goes in the favor of C9 here.
Now the draft is fully locked for both sides. Emily, take it all in. What do you make of this first game one?
I mean, I think C9's comp is really easy to execute. I also think, obviously, the Lee Sin, who's kind of flown under the radar as like a power pick jungler with stuff like the Xin Zhao, is still incredibly strong, and they should be able to attack the 2v2 that way against the Diana Syndra. So I'd hesitantly go C9's way, but I think EG has all the tools they need to be able to execute in their side lanes.
Yeah, I also go C9. I agree with Hai that the Syndra Diana makes it a little difficult with the overloaded magic damage, but I think it's the right picks for these particular players. I do think C9 has many more tools, especially when we get to later in the game.
This is going to be a really great matchup, everybody. One team, no stranger to titles. The other one proving they are more than just the aggressive team. Let's go.
Hello and welcome, everyone. Boy, oh boy, is it getting spicy here in the LCS. My name is Patreon. Joining me is Raz once again, and Kobe completing this trio for what should be quite a match. There are no more chances here in the lower bracket. One world slot left, and C9 and EG are still here fighting for it.
We had to bring the whole squad for this Elimination Series playoff set, Raz.
This one was going to be a banger. Everybody knew that when Evil Geniuses, the way they play, the play style they have going up against Cloud9, you're going to get a back and forth series. So let's just see how the level 1 plays out. Fog of War being pinged.
And we think we're definitely going to get an aggressive series. I really did like from Champ Select the focus that Evil Geniuses actually put on Blabber. Triple banning jungle, all these AD junglers banned out, and kind of pushing Cloud9 in a direction of first picking this Lee Sin for Blabber, which does give Blabber, a lot of options early on. However, then with the solo lane picks, it seems like this Lee Sin, if he wants to create stuff, is going to have to tend to the bottom half of the map where the Nautilus is, Sven and Vulcan, and try and play through bottom, maybe unlock Vulcan for more roaming later.
Yeah, you have to imagine how many changes would have to be if Evil Geniuses don't succeed with this strategy, trying to unlock the Diana there for Svenskeren. This doesn't pan out with the 3 jungle bans, especially how Blabber has been ramping up in this split. Feel like it's going to be a pivotal game in this series.
All right, well, if you wanted a telling look at how maybe the matchup's going to go, mid lane's already at it at level 1, exchanging Qs and auto attacks. Airy there for Jizuke versus Perks' Phase Rush. Definitely expecting a lot of action, even though drops have been a little bit more mid-game oriented, but Jizuke early on with the Syndra getting that push going.
And we're certainly going to see Diana here, Svenskeren, farming up from bottom side, so he's going to just look for the full clear. But look what Blabber has done with his route on Lee Sin. Bottom side, pretty decent trading here, but he's actually not gone for red, just went Raptors into Krugzoe, so he's going to have a very long red buff and a late respawn of it.
Well, not a good cue for Perks to eat, but we are going to get a bit of additional insight. Dash is standing by with Coach Mithy.
Thank you very much, gents. I'm here with Mithy. Already the nerves setting in, I'm sure, as this is an elimination best of 5. So thank you for taking a quick moment to talk to me as we see action breaking down in the bot lane. Vulcan and Sven doing work. I'm curious for you, what was talked about for the team between last week and this week, given that it is an elimination matchup for you as a coach? What were kind of those words you instilled the team with between last and this?
Well, it was elimination match last week too. It's just probably were like very hardcore favorites. I mean, for me, it's just like, if I was playing, I'd be very happy to play these kind of games because it's like, this is where it's actually fun. Like all the other part is like very repetitive and very boring. So, I mean, I just told them I'm jealous they are where they
I love that. All right. So, yeah. Sit in the pressure. Let that build up and let it push you to do better. This game, though, specifically, let's talk drafts. I'm just kind of curious when you take a look at what both teams have come to the table with. What are the win conditions here for Cloud9 in Game 1?
I think both teams are like focused on team fighting. So it's just going to be a matter of like who plays better, I think, in the fights. I don't know necessarily who's going to be favored, I think we'll just have to wait and see.
All right, well, when the teams pick for team fighting, that means we are up for quite a show. So thank you very much. Best of luck to you and the squad here in this series. For now, back to the casters.
Okay, critical follow-up here then. The big cooldowns that were used during the interview are so many summoner spells on the bottom half. Cloud9 actually forced out both of Danny's summoners, with Vulcan starting his hook as Ignar's hook is going out on him, and so they get the engage onto the opponent AD carry. They come out +1 on summoner spells, having the heal advantage, and you can tell that both mid and bottom for Cloud9 trying to create volatile lanes to create opportunities for Blabber to have that influence, and he does visit but gets spotted out, so no actual gank pulled off.
It goes back to the point that you alluded to in draft. This is draft where Cloud9 wants to go bot side anyway, so them having actually a volatile lane state is good for them. That means that they can set up plans for a dive. So the pressure that Blabber's putting through mid here will solidify that. If Perkz has one wave in which he can come through with Blabber towards the bottom side of the map, that's the play that Cloud9 can open this game with.
I think volatile is the name of the game so far here in these opening 5 minutes or so. There has been a ton of trading of summoners, of just general back and forth here in the lanes. Jizuke has been like emptying his mana pool versus Perkz pretty much since level 1 here. You can see he has used the TP, shoving that lane in. Looks like he might take a reset here as well, but both these teams are trying to get a foothold very early on in these matchups.
And the stakes are so big for both of these teams. You know, Cloud9 has a history of being such a reliable representative for North America at Worlds. Here we go, though. Blabber's just walking up for the dive.
Boy, I love the gank. The wave set so well. Fudge, set it up, and who's going to knock it down? It's Impact, baby! You cannot stop him!
That was the most hilarious way in which you could get the dive across. I thought it was going to work too, Kobe.
I actually did not. Running up right into the stun there. Impact plays it so well. He gets his W, he gets his flash off, completely surprises him with the redirect and annihilates Blabber. It looked like he's just running straight into it, Raz. What a play there from Impact, though. He's done so well always in defending dives, defending, you know, with extra jungler attention up on his half of the map. And now, with the first blood money, this is going to make Set a monster.
Which pro view? Impact's pro view is what we're going to be looking. He can't step away from the turret, too. He needs to stack this huge stacking waves here. So being able to just take this 2v1 dive would have been another kill on Fudge if he didn't flash.
It's just so good. The face breaker position there. He gets the stun on both of them. He hits the W, then flashes backwards, get out of range, and still hits the true damage center mark onto Blabber. Just incredibly well done by him. But man, that bold, you know, just walk up straight looking for the dive shows that Cloud9 are coming into this game trying to play with confidence and forcing these things. It does mean it puts them in a little bit of a hole on the top side of the map, though.
Yes, and so like we've seen this many a times during these playoffs. We've seen Alphari constantly set up dives, usually incorporating a support or a mid laner to come in if it's a 3-man if they think it's going to be difficult. Set is notoriously a difficult top laner to dive. In this case, it just didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be thinking about both of the big playmaking abilities he has. Face Breaker, which he got the perfect stun on both of them, and of course the giant shield from your W as well. So let's see how this is going to have a rollover effect, because we're approaching, you know, 7 minutes, 10 seconds here. Rift Herald is going to be on the map very quickly, and you also have the big power points of Diana now finally has hit that level 6, so Svenskeren does get to have some sort of a say about it, and with Impact getting that first blood money, it really does kind of overload the top side of their map.
We mentioned that supports. Unfortunately, it's been 2v2 action. Only in the bottom lane, Danny up a little bit. In fact, EG overall, FTX gold advantage, up over 1,000 here for this early game, which is a very nice start, thanks to Impact's little response there in the top lane.
Yeah, and because of what happened in the top lane, TP advantage there for Impact. He's able to come in with steel-toe boots, so right now he's actually stronger in this situation. So Evil Geniuses should feel really confident, you know, being able to pressure through bot side, allow Ignar to roam up top, and then look for this Rift Herald play.
Yep, there's this Rift Herald that we're talking about getting set up right now. Ward goes down from Cloud9 to keep some vision on it, but that's not going to be enough to do anything about it, because you see on the bottom of the mini-map right here, they're choosing to recall Varus, so no way that he gets there in time. Should be Evil Geniuses forcing through on this one, and you already see that their bottom lane is heading back. They half rotated up. They're not going to overcommit.
Yeah, and they had full control of their own jungler, so like, or their own red side jungle. So even if Danny made the rotation, you're not fast clearing there if you're Sven. You didn't really know if they were going to fully commit there or just stick in lane. So no
Vulcan
reaction.
looking for the setup, doesn't get a great flash out of Jizuke, but at least they trade.
Very necessary flash, and that flash cooldown is the only thing that Cloud9 gain out of this past minute of plays that Evil Geniuses set up, because Evil Geniuses recognize that they didn't have to overcommit the rotation of Danny and Ignar to the Rift Herald, and they sent them back down to bottom lane. They did get there in time for that minion wave. Cloud9, though, they followed up with a dragon as well, so at least you get that small value from the single dragon to start it out, and they do get the first one.
Yeah, and honestly, this is going to be a dragon stacking game from Cloud9, the way that Blabber has been pathing top to bot side, trying to help Sven and Vulcan, or at least utilize the double CC that they have. So that's going to be the strategy, but man, Svenskeren able to get Rift Herald, now looking for a top lane turret, has Jizuke here. This might just be a full turret.
Jizuke is kind of low on mana, but that's why it's critical. They fed him blue buff, so he can still remain up on top side to ensure that they can force through for the first charge here for Rift Herald. It's going to get it all the way down to a single plate. Huge gold lead has ballooned here for them because of that focus.
And this is the flexibility I love out of EG, right? Impact got an early kill in lane thanks to the response to the botch dive, and now they're sending resources top lane. That is not typically the EG plan, but they know they can pivot their top side if they need to.
Yeah, and this is a much more disciplined play here from Evil Geniuses, though. It seems like Impact sees a play here. TP, I think, is coming just up now for Jizuke. This could be a play being made.
Yeah, Vulcan's here as well, but he's actually been up this side of the map for a while.
Yeah, I think Impact needs to remain fairly cautious here because he knows he doesn't have a lot of support.
Oh, 1v3, but now can he get the kill out of it? Exhaust is down, the trap is sprung, and Cloud9 with the revisit get it this time.
It's a bait all the way. I think he knows he has to remain cautious here, but Fudge, he does such a good job of baiting there. It's his team telling him, all right, look juicy right now.
Yep.
Look juicy. He does just that. He's able to just orange out of the set ultimate there. Does not get into critical execution range. Completely baits Impact back. He gets the kill back for the team. Does cost you opposite side of the map, though, because Cloud9 overloaded 3 members for that top side play. And here's the bait. Take us through it, Raz.
Yeah, so I thought the TP was what we were gunning for, but no. Fudge trying to get his wave, and, Impact thought he was desperate, so he's like, this is the play I'm looking for. A solo kill all along? No. Both Blabber and Vulcan are here on time. Exhaust really well placed, too. So rest in peace to Impact.
Just eat the orange and everything is K. Fudge saves it. He baited him in all along. Cloud9, though, gonna collapse here through the river. The crab, not worth dying over. Maybe fight, though. Blabber's smite isn't even on cooldown.
Yeah, Blabber didn't get it, of course. Smite goes away. Ignar finds one. Hook into the box for Vulcan there. Ulti out has been on the other side. Vulcan low. The shockwave killed Svenskeren out of the incoming leap, and now he's low, but he is not dead. Nobody going down outside this dragon, but it was awfully close, Kobe.
And now what they can do from here is keep Fudge pushing on top side. This is very, very tremendous for Cloud9's map pressure. He's got ultimate. He has now teleport advantage as well. So you see the Gangplank mining a turret plate in payment for the attempted setup here by EG.
Yeah, and everything, actually, ulti from GP. They're looking for a play on Jizuke.
That's for Jizuke, knocking Blabber back, but Blabber flashing in, finds a slow, just needs a little bit more damage. Q is landed, that's an easy one, and Blabber will collect it.
Yeah, this is turning lopsided here for EG real quick after that fight. I can understand why C9 was contesting the river, because if that goes EG's way, then Sven has no way to be able to get to bot lane turret, and that turret would just be there for Evil Genius to take. But yeah, Jizuke trying to get his wave in, and now he's going to be losing this. Actually, yeah, he will have TP there.
Meanwhile, on that top side, checking in on the amount of work that Fudge was able to do with Impact teleporting to the dragon fight, he actually got it all the way down to 2 turret plates just by hand for this Gangplank, and has been able to make up so much of that extra money that was afforded to Impact by the Rift Herald charge going down on this top plate. Does still result in Evil Genius's first tower, but I like your point, Cloud9 closing in on that gold gap.
Certainly keeping it closer here as next dragon's going to be up in a minute 10. You said it already, Raz. It is a dragon stacking angle for Cloud9 this game, so we'll see if they do set themselves up. Still have that TP. Fudge basically deliberately let that tower die on top side. It was pretty close anyway, but wanted to hold on to that teleport for the incoming play. And of course, we'll have the ulti back up in, about half its cooldown remaining. With the Divine Thunder already, Fudge can definitely make an impact in that next bottom side fight.
Yeah, taking a look and kind of seeing how either team wants to fight, I do like this quite a bit for Evil Geniuses. If GP ulti is down, that's a major cooldown that honestly I don't think Cloud9 would want to fight without.
Yeah, I really want to examine a couple of the advantages for Fudge on this Gangplank right now, because in 30 seconds, it's going to be only like 5 seconds left on his ultimate cooldown, so maybe they do delay it a little bit for that.
I think so.
And they retain this teleport advantage, so it's going to be very telling right now which way they have Impact travel, and you see from base he's actually coming over to the fight, so they want to force it as quickly as possible to not allow for that extra time for Cloud9. Meanwhile, with the teleport, Fudge can push out on top side, try and get the minions going their way there first before converging and joining the rest of the team. Plus, because he went the Divine Sunder, does give you the extra sustain there for the single target. Perks, though, good dodge on the stun.
Yeah, they have to know that Impact's already here. Should have spotted him by now. Indeed, he's in the front line, so they will.
Up.
Cloud9, though, looking for this dragon, but the tower is the first target here. Fudge ready with the ulti.
Yep, and they're just trying to delay, but Dragon down to 2,000 health.
Who's going to grab it? Vulcan going to miss the hook. TP coming in, but a little late perhaps out of Fudge. Sven finds one with the ulti, but Vulcan already low. Dragon goes over, Svenskeren grabs it. Now Cloud9 looking for the fight. Impact with a big chunk out of Vulcan's health bar. Two-man stun out of Jizuke, lets the ulti rip. Shockwave finds two. In for Impact there, gets the damage down with the ulti. And the Nautilus up follows suit, but somehow cooldown straight across the rift and no one's dead.
Great kick there from Blabber to stop Impact from engage, but the fight's not over yet.
Look for Ignite Impact there as well. Blabber now caught out of position. Goldrinker doing very well there to get his health back, and he dashes back to Sven.
In the end, Evil Geniuses are able to smite away this dragon. Quick fingers from Svenskeren. It was a close attempt. Cloud9, they try and time the arrow with Sven and Blabber going in on his Sonic Wave. But Svenskeren's able to get that smite. They even up the dragons. They take it away, and they make this game that much closer. They were able to take away teleport advantage from the side of Cloud9. They also got the ultimate on. Svenskeren's back at it.
Svenskeren, oh, what a great ulti. Sven just caught out position, just tries to farm the wave because there's nothing else to do. Svenskeren finds one.
Yeah, his team based after the previous fight and uses Greeting for another wave there, so a great pickoff by Svenskeren. But looking at the previous fight, the one criticism I'll say from Cloud9, because Fudge did have his ulti for it, I just wanted him to be there first for the fight, to create space with his barrels first, make it difficult for Evil Geniuses to walk into you, because it's not just about the ulti that makes GP. It's the double whammy of that, barrel placements that make it difficult for Danny to walk forward.
Yeah, it's not quite Nazir flanking TP, but, it's not the best, let's say. Oh, and the GP is coming in around the backside as Impact looking to try and finish off tower number 2. Is going to get it. One more punch to the structure will collect it. Fudge here alongside Perks, though. Maybe going to try and slow him down, but Impact should be able to weasel his way out. Does have Flash, gets slowed by the barrel. Now here comes Perk, Shockwave at the ready, rank 2, Impact getting in there, pops him back with the ulti, now the Shockwave comes through, pops the W though, and Fudge is taking the tower, they're looking for it here, the Flash is down, they know they can get it, it's Perks that finishes it off!
And great positioning by him to not allow that flash from Impact to get actually directly under the turret. The flash from Impact, he was hoping to get a little bit of a better angle on his own ult to jump back and get a little bit more further to safety. But Perks hovers up to the top side, so even with the flash, Impact does not get to safety. And Cloud9, they answer back in the turret push as well.
This is what I genuinely like about Cloud9 if they're in a deficit, or at least, after a bad play. If they recognize they can't take a fight on the opposite side of the map, instantly, they don't waste time. Move to the other side. This time they found Impact's lacking, of course, just trying to pick up a wave there. And so that's going to be a nice way of at least being able to get gold on the map. Bot lane turret, kill on top laner. Nice move from Cloud9.
Yeah, 2 towers apiece now traded back and forth. The gold lead to EG once set has now shrunk as the FTX gold advantage. Only a couple hundred gold ahead, so really not much for EG to look at here. It's a dragon apiece. It's 2 towers each. It is very close throughout this early game here. Blabber and Fudge feeling like the early winners on the Cloud9 side, whereas on the EG side, I guess Svenskeren with the 1 kill, but as we kind of heard from Mithy, as we expected from this draft, much more about the 5v5s in the mid-game.
Yeah. And honestly, as the game goes on, next dragon's going to be coming up. It's going to be an Ocean Soul. Like, Cloud9's eventually going to have to fight for these objectives or walk into Evil Genius's composition. And that means you're walking into the hook. You're walking into Syndra's eventual stun. Like, these things, Cloud9 do not want. So they're trying to at least scourge an advantage on the opposite side of the map to make it not as bleak as it is now.
And that's why I think for Evil Geniuses, it's going to be critical if they can set up their side waves first, because that allows Impact to try to apply this pressure to Cloud9, so you don't get that ideal setup, you know, with rush advantage and Shockwave blocking some areas and the Gangplank barrels blocking the other ones.
Yeah.
Evil Geniuses, if they can get their side waves set up without having their split pushers get picked off, that is going to be their big advantage.
Definitely tough stuff though in the side lane for EG right now. Dazuke catching waves, can't really do much. It's not something like LeBlanc or Lucian where you can really permanently be in a side lane. And Fudge has got 2 items. Like, he's ready to roll in any sort of 1v1. Not to mention that Perks or Blabber could potentially be down there. Oh, Vulcan actually, who hasn't been able to be as active as he has been in earlier games. In fact, neither support really done much other than stick with their teams because there's just been so much fighting in these lanes.
Most critical thing right now is try and track these supports. Both of them are going to be the big playmakers for their teams. Vulcan leading the charge here on the invade. Nautilus, Flash, Hook, and Ultimate all available, but he gets stunned up.
Good damage there. Gravity gun down. Vulcan going to be the target. Svenskeren looking for the play. Gets exhausted. And now in the middle of it all, the hook after the stasis makes it so easy. Perks clips another kill, gets another in the ulti, as well as Impact is going to be the double.
Damn well placed ultimate from Fudge, because Vulcan getting out of safety, getting out of danger. Well played there, but Svenskeren had no exit strategy.
Yeah, meanwhile, Vulcan has the whole squad helping him get out of there, and so it's an overcommitment from the EG jungler. This one misses, though.
They're going in again. Ignar looking for the flay. Dazuke will find the counter kill, but Blabber looking for it. Gets the execution kill. Danny now forced to flash his way out of there. Cloud9 with Fudge there are going to get a second flash out of Ignar, and that's going to be Dragon.
Yeah, we're getting scraps here. Dragon's still available, as you just said, and that means Cloud9 is going to be able to pick up their second one off that one. Blabber is getting huge this game. The mid jungle that we've been focusing on coming into this series are performing.
I love that execution, that combo with the Dragon's Kick plus the Gore Drinker. That Syndra's not getting kicked in. That Syndra's going back to the fountain. Here's another look at it, though. They land the snare there from the Aphelios. Kind of base Svenskeren, he goes full in and then flashes out, but Vulcan had lined up his hook, so the flash is in a straight line against the wall. Hook still lands, Vulcan gets the punish. They then are able to get the second follow-up here with Perks finding it onto Impact. And fishing around for number 2 here. It's good movement from Dazuke to just barely avoid these skill shots. Both members actually just out of range.
Yeah, and so, of course, Vulcan ends up getting picked up, but just Blabber coming in, kicking his ribs in, by the way. DPS is a little high on that one. But yeah, me coming into that fight, I was looking on Evil Geniuses pretty much eyeing Perks. Perks didn't have flash for that fight. He was the primary target. So I was wondering if that was going to be the goal. They chose Vulcan understanding the risk and thought the burst would be high enough anyways.
So incredibly important that you have good positioning in these team fights, because the punishment on the front line comes through so quickly. There is not a super tanky member on Cloud9, but they do have a lot of burst to focus down any overextended member. So if someone like Svenskeren goes in, stopwatch is used early, they can easily punish those types of moves. Impact is the only one here really on the entire map that can survive for a long time. Even the kind of, quote-unquote tanky supports like Nautilus there for Vulcan can get melted.
And frontline, not that big right now for either side, basically non-existent for Cloud9. It is, more damage items here for Impact, although he will get tankier as the game goes on. He will not be a tank. This is set, not on.
Yep.
So Cloud9 are setting things up. They've got their second Dragon. They've managed to twist the gold lead back in their favor. But again, still a very close game here. It does feel like execution early on, though, is going to Cloud9.
Yeah, one of my concerns coming into this draft is if Cloud9 had an advantage, they would be able to solidify it, because you have Syndra and Diana that are both champions that, very easy to itemize against. Not only are you thinking about third item MR stacking that we'll get to, but also Merc Treads being an itemization there from C9 is going to make it harder and harder for Syndra to play the game as the game goes on. So the fact that now Cloud9's able to wrestle control away from Evil Geniuses, going to make it harder for them.
I like that point because, Dazuke, he's going to have eyes on Sven. He's going to try and nail Sven, who's got, the boots of swiftness instead of the Merc Tread. So he's got the extra move speed to try and dodge and have good positioning to not get stunned. But if he gets hit, he's going to get blown up.
Don't need tenacity if you never get hit. as Cloud9 are going to get some vision out around the Baron. Perks is massive, by the way. 2 items done, 302. Worth a cool 300 extra gold if he can take him down, as Cloud9 looking to set up yet another bait.
Another reason why I like Boots of Swiftness on Varus is because the self-slow reduction actually works on the slow that you apply to yourself while you're charging up your arrow, just like it does for Vi.
Yeah.
And so it allows you to get these really, minute details down when you just need a couple more inches to land that arrow. You get a little bit more speed to move up and hit it.
All right, well, looks like a reset here for either side. Next Dragon up in a minute 45. Gonna have eyes on that one for Cloud9 here. But again, mid towers have been felled there by EG. Cloud9 still looking to work on it. They don't have too much left to go on it. But Sven, has to be patient. Can't just face check the tower, hope to knock it down.
Yep, have to play sitting ducks on that, waiting for your jungle support to ultimately move towards you. Evil Geniuses playing topside is only going to be temporary. They're trying to create space for Jizuke to get top lane push, which is necessary. He needs to do it now before Dragon comes up, and then they can get position around it. Giving up third Drake over to Cloud9 would just make this game insanely difficult to play out. So I would expect that to be only just for now. It feels like Cloud9 are just going to sit right now within the current vision that they've placed, which means that Evil Geniuses are just going to have to walk into them.
And I think one of their biggest tools to utilize in enforcing those poor decisions from EG is Fudge. And Fudge's advantage here over Impact that he's been able to farm. Farming up a Storm here on Gangplank has very big repercussions because you also are able to generate extra gold with your passive. He affords them the side lane push plus the first move into the possible team fights while still having access to the giant slow from his ultimate. It's now a 2-level advantage, by the way, for him over Impact. So if Fudge is able to push out on top side first, this is going to allow Cloud9 the extra kind of timing window that they have to pressure Evil Geniuses, force them into that scenario. I definitely agree with your call from last time, though. Maybe an earlier teleport from him would give them a better result for their team fight. But, man, he's approaching even level 16 here on the GP.
Yeah, I was going to call back to that because at the end of the day, I mean, he's just trying to deny the minions and experience that Impact has been ditching to be on the objective first, but this looks like it's just going to be a free Dragon over to Cloud9.
And they're able to rotate him, Fudge, from topside pushing to mid wave, so they don't give up the mid wave that EG try and push on during that Dragon. Very good kind of ping-ponging between objectives here for Fudge. He pushed out topside, comes mid to cover, farming everything he can see. Everything in sight is just turning into gold in the hands of Fudge.
Yep. Going to be a very fast level 16. We'll have to keep our eyes on that one. But Zuke, I mean, kind of waved the white flag for EG in the top lane. As soon as you saw him there in the other wave with 10 seconds to the Dragon, like, okay, you're not fighting for this one. You're fighting for Soul.
Yeah, and here's the thing about this. I feel like Evil Geniuses do need to contest Soul. A lot of the times, the other option is to force the enemy team to answer your Baron control. But with the composition Evil Geniuses have, they can't really Baron dance for that long. If Blue Trinket catch them hitting the pit, they have to walk away. Diana, Thresh, they have actually quite squishy members. So that is at their detriment. They need to be either sacking waves to get to that 4th Dragon earlier, or they just need to take that risk.
Or they need to gang up and pick off the split pusher.
Here we
All
are.
members of Cloud9 are through the river. They were kind of fainting at a strong play here, but Ignar covering on Thresh on your screen there. This hovering distance up on that top side, just threatening that he has the lantern to get Jizuke out of any sort of top side play from Cloud9, keeps them safe. They do give up all that vision around Baron and the setup, but at least they keep their split pushers safe for now.
That's a good ulti. They're going to go in for it. They find the hook, and Danny, quick fingers, won't save him that time.
He thought he was out there. Just the tip, it hits Danny, and that's a kill. It's a pretty long death timer, and all the control Cloud9 has over the objective, they can just start it.
Yeah, they're not even going to mess around with split pushing here. They teleport Fudge in for the Baron setup. This allows the extra DPS of Fudge to burn down the Baron quicker, plus threatens those barrels. Will EG face check 4v5?
They don't have a lot of time. Perks ulted the Baron, by the way.
He ulted Sven Scarin. He tried to ult Sven Scarin and whiffs.
and he's keeping him out, but Cloud9 have to finish this. Jizuke getting poked a little low.
Yeah.
Cloud9 maybe looking to turn for the fight, but they're still on the Barons. Venom Blabber tanking it. Got to be a little careful with Fudge with the barrel, keeping them out. Cloud9, I believe they've got the objective, and in fact, they have.
Fudge does so much. He gets level 16 now off that Baron too. He zones everyone. I was going to mention before, we don't often see Shreldia's Grudge built on Gangplank because slows don't stack in this game. It's just the stronger slow is going to be applied. And barrels already have armor penetration and slow, plus the ultimate applies slow. But this does mean that he's going to have extra armor penetration for him as well. Plus it allows you, your Q harass is very threatening because you already went the Divine Sunder build. So you have plenty of sustain there, but it allows not only his zoning for team fights, plus his split pushing to be a factor. And Cloud9 with the Baron, now they can push out on the entire map, get multiple waves in their favor, and siege up against EG.
And it's a small thing. It could just be good setup as well, or just like a small thing, added good setup for what is the already existing hard CC and Cloud9's comp. Evil Geniuses couldn't walk into the Baron vision that they had there because not only just what Fudge was doing, but Vulcan was just looking at him with his big old hook. He missed one, sure, but it felt like Cloud9 was more than willing to turn. That Baron itself, they knew was an inevitability. It was the fight that they wanted, and it's going to be the same with Dragon coming up in a minute.
And now Cloud9 using this Red Bull Baron power play to just push themselves into the enemy jungle. Fudge has set up the bottom side. They'll take that. They're going to do as much damage as they can, and then they can fall back to the soul when they've shoved EG all the way back to their fountain.
They just have so much poke that they can land beforehand. These Gangplank barrels, but also Sven's arrows going through. If multiple of those lands, then EG, all of a sudden they have to turn around their front line. They're only now just recalling Syndra from top side, so Jizuke will recall to try and stop this inhibitor push.
And this goes back to what you mentioned in draft, but ultimately the fact that, Fudge hasn't played this pick in a little bit, just throughout, he hasn't played it in summer, but it's so valuable against this composition. Diana, we already saw in the previous fight, goes in, no way to get out if this ultimate is used defensively, not only making it difficult for the range champions of Evil Geniuses to follow up, but difficult for, of course, Diana to escape. Same goes for Set. I think it's a great lane matchup. I think it's great compositionally versus Evil Geniuses, something that EG needs to address.
I love this from Cloud9, just shutting off the lights out in the enemy jungle, and now looking for a pickoff here is Fudge. Maybe has the angle. EG, they have to get in because that soul's coming up soon.
Oh, no, Diana.
Blabber getting in there, and there's the kill. Maybe Blabber going to be the target. Great stopwatch there, and the ulti over the top will not connect, but Blabber, Gold Drinker, pops. He lived for so long. Cloud9, get that jungler out of there.
Yeah, that's a sticky situation for Blabber there. Luckily, Lee Sin able to get out of it with everything used. Kick and flash and dashes down. It's going to be the soul, though, acquired for Cloud9, and you just have to feel with the advantage that they've been able to build up. Plus, still having 12 seconds left on the Baron. They can get some Baron-empowered recalls off to reset insanely quickly. Purchase plus the soul is going to be a very, very powerful push.
Yeah, and immediately after that one, you see the TP being used by Jizuke on the top lane wave because he knows at this point, Rocky Montage playing, farm up anything you can.
He's like, I'm teleported for this half wave that's up there. I'll get that, and then he just recalls too right afterwards. Maybe it will be a critical item combination here. Definitely going to be, strict defense for Evil Geniuses at this point. They have struggled to do so thus far in the game. Now they're going to be sieged up. Secondary turrets still exist in mid and top side, and those are very valuable. So I don't think Cloud9 have to really overextend to get some good extra gold value out of this. They've got the Ocean Soul, so you can just fish around for your poke with the Gangplank, with the Varus. Even if you get chunked out while doing so, just back up for a second, go hit something, and you'll get your Ocean regen.
And I love what EG is doing here. I mean, they're just setting up and seeing if they can find a play. They have still good playmaking in both Diana and Set, and also great front to back with Aphelios. So this game is not over by any means, even with the 6+ FTX gold advantage that they have. So a lot's going for them still.
Looking good, though, on the Cloud9 side. 6 stacks on the Magice as well for Perks. These Cloud9 solo laners have just been parked in the side lanes. They got the monthly pass, all right. Perks level 18. Fudge is level 17. They haven't left.
I mean,
getting stronger and stronger.
It's definitely going to be on their minds. For Evil Geniuses, yeah, they're going to have some very big heroics, from the likes of Danny on this Aphelios. He is now hit level 16, and he does have a stopwatch.
And an Infinity Edge.
So sometimes you can get those big heroic AD carry plays, especially coming off of the previous series from him. Maybe something like that is in the cards, but that's really where a lot of the surprise has to come from, because Cloud9 have been able to do such a large item advantage for themselves. Having those crit multipliers, though, with your Infinity Edge for Danny and the stopwatch safety and White Gun, maybe he'll be able to, keep them in it.
Yeah, not only just the fact that Green 1 White Gun are the two best ones at being able to play out in fights, so another one would just be maybe even Purple Gun to set up the team for if he sees an angle on Vulcan. Feels like Vulcan can really be the only viable strategy. Blabber, I guess, but he has GA now, so it's only getting harder from there.
That's the problem that money does in this game. The more money your opponents get this giant advantage over you, all of a sudden they have extra lives, and that means tower actually going to go down here. Svenskeren looking for a possible flank, but he does get seen by that ward.
Yeah, stun onto Blabber, but not enough for the follow-up, and yeah, money, just classic. Bailing yourself out of your problems by buying your way out. As Cloud9 do get another tower there in mid, it's 5-3 in that objective. Elder Dragon will be up in just under 3 minutes, and of course there's a Baron to fall back to as well, which given the amount of control Cloud9 have had over the Rift since they took that first Baron, not going to be too tricky for them to force EG into them once again.
Yeah. And so from EG's perspective, they know what's going to happen for the next, let's say, 3 minutes. This Baron's going to be set up. EC9 already has positioning here. And so for Evil Geniuses, they need to make their choice. Fight for this Baron or fight for Elder Dragon, where now it's going to be a Baron up C9 with the pressure that they've already been putting through. Danny's been marked.
Yeah, easy Baron transition, though, for Cloud9, I assume, because they've got full wards all over this map. It's completely dark for the side of Evil Geniuses. Thank you, observers. This just shows how scary it is for EG, guys.
And Perks, again, not going to shockwave the Baron, is going to look to shockwave the jungler out of the area. Svenskeren going the long way around here to try and get something happening. Perks, look at the defense! He's found him. Now Svenskeren's going to start that fight, but the shockwave connects, and that is so much damage. Look at the offense to lead him. They take him down. They swap to offense. It's Vulcan in the front line, tanking it up. He'll trade his life for Rignar as Suzuki is going to get zoned off by Fudge, and Danny and Impact are going to be left to the Wolves and the rest of Cloud9. The Dunkaroonie comes in for Impact. Great face breaker, but Danny in stasis can't fight. They'll dodge out the incoming damage. The poke they return is better. Danny on the wrong side of the rift, and it is no 1v5 this time. It is Impact going down. It is Cloud9 almost collecting the ace.
Yeah, can't outplay that one. In that situation, what can you do? Svenskeren tried to play as creatively as possible to get around to see if he can get a steal. The rest of his team were just walking into barrels, into Orianna. So, Svenskeren thought he got the jump on him. Not the case. Great Ori ultimate to just eviscerate Svenskeren.
And I think it's worth going over the check marks that Cloud9 check off to start out this play. They completely clean this area of any wards. The only thing that I really had to worry about was, would there be a flank teleport from Impact coming from behind us or something? Or is there some route that Svenskeren actually gets in for a steal? So they cut all of those off. And Perks, for your call out there, Pastry, has had his eye on Svenskeren this whole game. Constantly using Shockwave, constantly zoning with the ball. He kept him out of the pit, even solo killed them there at the blast cone before anybody else could follow up. And they're able to just chase them through their own jungle here so efficiently. Really like how Cloud9 are not taking any risks, given that they're so far ahead at this point in game number 1 of the series.
Exactly.
You don't want to throw anything out there to allow EG to come back. And even if you extend a game like this while you're winning, for a series like this, it actually does help you, like the mental advantage. They're losing for longer and longer. You're trying to demoralize your opponent team. And so Cloud9 now wearing Baron again and having the Ocean Soul are coming to finish it.
Hey, this is what we saw when they went up against Golden Guardians, albeit, when they just found a good fight, they wiped Golden Guardians, right? what I wanted to see from Cloud9 during the regular season was that level of discipline when they had an advantage, either through perks or through Sven. Just play it much slower, play through your vision. In this situation, as you said, they weren't even interested in a 50-50. That was never going to be on the plate. They knew that Svenskeren had to walk into them.
All right, here comes EG. Svenskeren again, trying to make it happen. Impact with the flank, looking maybe kind of good here, but Vulcan goes in. Blabber on a rampage, takes out one. He lives forever. The GA still doesn't proc. Finally, will be given a second life, but Fudge is going to flash in. Doesn't have the flash to flash Q to Zuke, but Cloud9 will take in Nexus instead. A very disciplined game number one, but at the end of it all, it is an overwhelming Cloud9 victory.
Cloud9 opening up this series with a victory. The beginning of the game was definitely scrappy, but it felt like quite quickly Cloud9 take control, and their macro to extend it and utilize that lead was very well done.
This was always going to be the hardest series to call, it felt like, for me in the playoffs. Like, it's an elimination series. It's a Cloud9 that we know are skilled and we know are ramping up, while Evil Geniuses have been there in the season. They were tied for first in the regular season, and sure, the last series didn't do like so well for them. But for me, you know, you heard it from the analyst desk, 2 Evil Geniuses, flags rising there. They thought that Evil Geniuses will look good. Obviously, they have a long series, but it feels like Cloud9 is finally showing up.
I think one of the pivotal moments to me that sticks out in my mind is the fight by mid lane towards the river, where they think they've got Vulcan.
Yes.
And Svenskeren commits and the stopwatch is down, but then it gets turned around. Cloud9 got 3 kills off of that, got the second dragon, and a lot of map control.
All right, well, good stuff there. And just like that is Cloud9 the pull ahead in the best of 5 series. On the other side, the State Farm analyst desk is going to be breaking down that win, so we'll see you there.
Always knew what my purpose was. Always knew when they let me in. Wasn't no stopping, I'm turning up. They wanna be down cause I'm heating up. They used to be sleep, now they waking up. 100% I done gave it up. Can't walk in my shoes, you ain't brave enough. Can't do what I do, how can I lose? Don't stand in my way, I got something to prove. Defying the odds when I'm breaking the rules. I'm living a life here to bring you the news. I made them an offer they cannot refuse. When you up top, you admire the views. Now all the haters, they look up at you. I open the door like, what else can I do? Cause I've been there, I done that. I came up, I never looking back. Since day one, I've been all facts, so don't call it, hold up, bring it back. I used to sit and dream like one day, now it's like day one. Man, I'm just getting started. All my life I've been working hard for this. Make no promises. I used to sit and dream like one day, now it's like day one. Man, I'm just getting started. All my life I've been working hard for this. Make no promises.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk here at the LCS. We're on the other side of game number 1 between Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses. Maybe a bit more timid at parts than we expected. Was it as enthralling as you had hoped it would be?
No. And I think a lot of it was because of a really good draft by C9. I think they put EG in a situation where they actually could not dictate the tempo of the game early game. In fact, they triple banned Blabber only to give away Lee Sin, right, one of the better early game junglers, and pick Diana instead. And then also opt into a situation where your mid jungle are both magic damage, so it leaves Orianna as safe as she wants to be. So I think it's a no on was it enthralling, and I think it's a no in terms of was it the pace that EG wants.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between, oh, yeah, a boring game, whatnot, or, hey, we just saw things executed in the way that maybe we were hoping on one side or the other. Did you feel like that was the case?
Right. Well, it's clear that they first picked Thresh, right? So they want to do their Thresh Aphelios lane. They picked blue side game 1 with that in mind. And the only way I can see them getting the game plan of the draft that they want is they're going to have to do an early pick on mid jungle. But I don't think they can do that because then they're giving away the Aphelios Thresh, and they don't want to do that because then they'll lose 2v2 hard. And it's just like EG's in the spot where they have a very rough draft where they need to like perfect it for them to have a winning chance against C9. In my opinion, like I had said, I think C9 had better positions than 3 out of 5 of them. Here, the jungle mid dominated over them. Yes, they had a better 2v2 matchup, but I think it's going to be hard for EG to get that 2v2 matchup without sacrificing their bot lane as well. So they're just in a difficult spot.
I think with these compositions, I kind of hinted at when we were talking about draft as we were exiting, but you do get to a point where the GP can just take over the game. And by that, I don't mean like he's just one-shotting people, but the AoE zone control he has in fights, depending on where you place the ult, depending on where you place the barrels, you force EG to have to check into this. And both teams are at a point where if they get behind, you then have to check into like a Syndra or into a GP. And it's just a really bad, it just feels really bad to be behind into this team composition. It's, again, very easy to execute, and additionally, I think that C9, once they do get ahead, and we've heard this from a lot of their opponents as well, they do really know how to snowball well to close games.
Yeah, but picks like that GP are why we got a little bit of give and take when we did see the 5v5s come through.
Yeah, and I love that point, Emily, because that's pretty much exactly what we saw in this river fight. You know, we saw EG try to catch Vulcan out and try to go for the pick, but it's very easy for C9, especially since they already had river control going into this, to just drop GP ult, and then even to the extent that Diana might be on the Nautilus, the rest of the team can't follow up. And here, EG honestly should have just backed off because they know everyone from C9 is still alive. They know they're going for Dragon. They decide, okay, we're still going to try to get a pick, but at best this is going to be a 1-for-1 because on the map, it's still a 3v5 for you. So I think this is an example of EG. When they're even or behind, they still play like they're ahead sometimes. And I think it's fine to have this aggression when you're constantly setting the tempo, but when your draft doesn't support it and the game state doesn't support it, it looks awful. So I think EG needs to sort of adjust their draft priority. I think there are tons of different things they could have gone for it instead of Thresh Aphelios. For instance, Danny's been fantastic on Tristana, has not lost a game on the pick to get them in a position that's more familiar for them.
And we saw some alterations in the way the game was played as well. Coming into this weekend, we talked so much about the supports and how they love to roam, but a little bit different this time around in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was really interesting because I was expecting if you are C9 to really try to contest that 2v2 because they're the matchup, and B, some kind of inherent weaknesses, I think, in Ignar and Danny's laning phase. I would not consider them to be a particularly strong duo lane in the 2v2. So obviously, I do think that it's not a huge difference, but if C9 want to kind of continue to exploit that, I think it's good because if you get Ignar to stick in that lane and force them to fight the 2v2, especially if you have a Varus, you're probably going to either end up poking them out or be able to win that matchup.
Yeah, and I think that has a cascading effect on the rest of the map because early in the game, Danny's summoners got blown, so I think Ignar sort of chose to stay there because he had to keep him safe during the early laning phase. And then at that point, Ignar's not mid anymore, right? And we just heard a Blaze Olive talk about how when you're playing versus EG, it's like 3 people mid constantly. That didn't happen this game.
EG might have an opportunity to change things up, though. They are sticking to blue side, but Contracts is also going to be coming in this game. What do you make of that, High?
I'm not exactly sure because I still don't know the exact difference between why they choose Contracts and why they choose Svenskeren. Like, clearly there's a different play style. I think Svenskeren likes to do what he wants to do, and Contracts is more willing to like listen to his mid laner and thing like that. So I'm not sure what kind of benefit they'll get. Maybe it'll be something for a draft. But it's not like EG played bad last game, right? They were up 2-3K early game. They got 3 plates top. They got Rift for free. They got like 3 plates bottom.
Yep.
So they had advantages. It's just that when they walked into these fights, they didn't play them well and they started to fall behind. When you fall behind, like I said on Syndra, your mid game is really weak. Their 2v2 mid got really weak, and they weren't able to take these fights anymore. So I think their general play is good. They try to get these advantages even though they can't, and they punish bad teams for that. It's hard to do that against good teams, but I think they just gotta stick to their game plan, just have different champions, and they'll probably be fine.
We always end up a bit in the shrouded aspect here on the desk and have to trust EG and what they're bringing to the table with their switch up. We're kicking into a break, and on the other side, Dash did get an opportunity to chat with our FTX Most Improved Player Fudge about international role models and his matchup today in Impact. We'll see you there.
Initializing legendary moments.
Take a look while you can, because if you blink, you'll miss it.
I'm sure you've heard the news.
Gold, gold, and more gold.
Here comes the big play. Oh, that's perfect timing. You can see this one coming. They get what they need. They got the mid. They got the support. They got the top.
Are they going to give you some fun League of Legends? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Welcome to the LCS.
FTX, official cryptocurrency exchange partner of the LCS.
Sequence complete.
It wasn't that long ago that Fudge was considered a liability.
And you look at how far he has come.
Fudge right now is the best performing player on Cloud9.
Fudge still wants to fight. He's at half HP, but doesn't seem to care. He's getting a bit low, but he might find a solo kill.
He is one of those top laners in the league, and he's a guy that you can count on to really make big plays.
Fudge diving into the back line. Cloud9 aligned it so well.
Fudge is finding the most insane team fights.
Every look we get at him, he's better and better and better.
Closer can try to make his way in. Fudge pushed down, and Fudge actually solo kills the man. They got to keep this Lee Sin out of the pit. You send him back to the fountain, he's out of the pit. He gets the reset here with the Diana. Destiny looking to re-engage. Fudge into the back, grabbing a rampage here. Pop it off, 1, 2, 3, 4, give Fudge some more.
What's up, everybody? Dash here, and I'm happy to be joined by Fudge, our FTX Most Improved Player of the Year here in the LCS. First ever recipient of the award, Fudge, so congratulations on that. But as this is an award that's about improvement, evolution, and growth in your career and in your role, I kind of want to hear straight from you. Maybe what were some of the goals you had set for yourself on the outset of this year, and where you feel you are at in that journey of growth?
I would say that my goal coming into this year was, by the end of the year, proving myself to be the best top laner in the league. I think right now I haven't proven myself to be like by far the best, but I definitely think I'm one of the best in the league right now. So I'm pretty happy that I've improved enough to the point where I'm sort of at that point now. I think what I improved on is probably like mainly just farming. I think at the start of the year I was really, really bad at just CSing in general, laning, like very, very basic laning fundamentals. I would say that I was like not very good at, and I would generally just get really far behind in lane. And now it feels like everyone I verse, it's not really like that hard to just beat them or go even in like losing matchups. It feels really easy to just be able to play the game normally. And yeah.
That's really interesting, because this is actually not the first time that a pro player has said to me, you know, that some of their biggest improvement came from some of the most basic fundamentals in the game. And so I'm just kind of curious, was this something that you discussed with the coaching staff at Cloud9? How did you arrive at that conclusion that that was the aspect of your game that needed improvement, where I would think most people at your level would, you know, work under the assumption that I'm good at the basics. Let's get to the, you know, let's get to the fun stuff.
Yeah, I would say a lot of pro players are pretty bad at just CSing. It's very basic, right? But no one is actually like perfect at it. Like even in league, like I think mainly the reason why we felt like it was a big deal is because like golden XP, right? It's like everything in league. And when you just miss CS in lane, you're just going down golden like gold. And when you just like mess up lane states, you're losing XP, you're losing minions. And those are like these are the most important things about league. So it was mainly like Max Waldo and Viga V2, who are the two of like the main like laning coaches, I would say, on C9, that helped me just figure out ways that I can get the most golden XP possible in the game. And I think it's helped me a lot.
Awesome. Two more questions for you. First is on that point of improvement, as well as wanting to separate yourself as one of the best top laners, not just in the league, but I'm sure in the world as well. Who do you look at, either in this region or in others, as top laners that you aspire to be or play like?
Earlier in my career, as in like a year ago, when I was still in academy, I would mainly look at Keen, and I think that was basically it, right? It was basically like, I feel like Afrika Keen was like my role model for how I wanted to play the game. And he was by far like the most consistent player that I watched at that time. And now I would say like I like watching Xiaohu a lot. I like watching Bin a lot on Suning. And they're really good like players, especially mechanically. That I think is another area that I can improve on a lot. So yeah.
That would be a brilliant group, rather, to join. Final question for you is on the series today. It's a best-of-5 elimination series between yourselves and Evil Geniuses. You've got one of those consistent top laners, stabilizing top laners to play against today in Impact. What are your thoughts ahead of that matchup?
I think Impact's pretty good, and I do think that he's probably one of the better top laners in the league right now, but I do think that as a team we're much better, and we're going to 3-0 them pretty quick today.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Fudge. Best of luck in the series today.
Thank you.
I love that we're talking about Fudge now, because his gangplank was so big for Cloud9, and it doesn't seem like it, right? Because it was 0-0 and 11. And yet, remember that he had to blind pick it.
Yes.
First of the solo laners to pick. And then he also was able to accrue this large CS lead in the side lane, getting them lane pressure, plus the big zoning for all of these objective setups and chunking people out at Baron. That's why they were able to chase off EG at that Baron. So he did a lot of things that don't rack up, you know, in the kill category, but were very important.
And it's just about the long haul too of the year, where, you know, he's in the running of MVP of the split. Like, these kind of things are now in the back of people's minds. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. And, you know, we'll see. Game 1 down to Cloud9.
Yep,
More to go.
Fudge himself said it was going to be a quick 3-0, and he may be proven right just yet. Contracts in, though, for EG here in game number 2. And EG are going to try and get themselves on the scoreboard here in the best of 5. As a reminder, we're in the lower bracket of the LCS between these two. There is only one world slot left to be taken by a North American team. So if you don't win here, you're going home.
I just want to throw one little thing out there that probably has a very low chance of happening, but is worth mentioning because last game had 4 jungle bans. The only, you know, real difference for Champ Select when you put in contracts is that you also add a possible Nidalee pick for him.
That's true.
Comfort pick, extremely scary Nidalee in Academy.
Insta-lock.
But it's just a slight, very slight possibility if they had, you know, set up for it, you know, point and click stun. Reductance ban though, so that drops it down to near 0.
I like the change in strategy overall from Evil Geniuses. I know that in the last game they tried to nail down and make Diana a much more viable pick. This time around, sticking to blue side, so this is the choice that they've made, and now going towards the flex. I think something that Evil Geniuses has lost in the previous series has been the fact that they've gone more just straight up blind picking rather than trying flexes that not only benefit Impact, but make it so now he has easier lane states.
And something to learn here for the side of EG, they decided to drop not only the previous Olaf ban, but they also dropped the Viego ban, so they can drop 2 of their jungle bans. Contracts, or Blabber still first picks the Lee Sin for high priority for Cloud9. So they've been able to figure out that they're not just going to have Cloud9 rush into an Olaf, you know, old style type of composition. They're still going with the Lee Sin, LeBlanc, very scary mid jungle. Plus it allowed EG to actually take that Viego, which was so big in the previous series.
Is that mid?
Well,
so interesting.
The Morgana?
Yeah, Morgana.
It could be, but, you know, support Morgana is where I see
jungle,
it at.
baby.
But it is a flex, and that's what matters the most. Actually, talking about flexes, to the point that you're making, Kobe, you know, Lee Sin being picked in, you would expect it to be Blabber. It's Lee Sin LeBlanc. It's the iconic 2v2 kingdom. But the last time they were willing to flex it, so you know, so Blabber could get the best matchup in 4-5. So that's something to look forward to.
I just want to flesh this out a little because Patient Time's throwing out, you know, possibility of the Morgana Flex to mid. It has been used into LeBlanc in previous metas,
Very long time ago.
but it's when you focus on pushing the wave, you're just trying to push the wave out. It's more about wave control and sustain through. And then, hey, I have Black Shield for the gank setup. So, you know, the Lee Sin LeBlanc combo is a bit less scary because you can just Black Shield the chain and then you don't get locked in place for the Lee Sin gank. I would actually be kind of sad if EG did that because it would mean you have a bit of a power trough in the mid lane where usually, you know, you're used to seeing a Jizuke play so aggressively and try and set things up. You know, I guess you still can try and look for those, you know, and land the binding on like a W back or something, but we shall see as the solo lane picks actually come up.
Yeah, they're definitely respecting the flexibility of it because they banned 2 supports for Cloud9, right? Rakan and Leona both taken out. GP banned this time for EG. Fudge will not get that champion. Here's a lineup their last ban.
Plus, you know, just to continue down this line for it, it then gives you the Black Shield for the Viego, really high possibilities of those big reset pop-offs, and gives you some of the zone control that EG would like for all-in team fights.
Yeah, and I've heard, you know, Jizuke does have a larger pool that he's been willing to pull out in playoffs, but not really being in a position to do so because he's always had his priority picks available. But this is the game where Ryze is banned here, and they could have gone Syndra, but I think this is a good call here overall from Evil Geniuses.
Okay, moment of truth. Reveal your hand, evil geniuses. Is it
jungle?
Is it towards mid lane?
Oh,
it
wait.
looks like, well, it's still not revealed because they're still flexible.
Yep.
Set could be mid lane or could be support.
I feel like they don't think it's bottom lane because they picked Nautilus, which doesn't feel like a very fun matchup. Last pick JC over Cloud. All right, you know what? We'll just wait and see. How EG have 35 seconds to figure it out.
Yeah, and you know, solo lane set, definitely a possibility, could be mid lane, but I really like the Morgana because of the previous meta we talked about, where it has been this answer into LeBlanc, where you sustain through the harassment, you have better wave push because of your W, and you're able to bring the Black Shield, and it's not a weak support Black Shield. It is a strong Black Shield that really will allow either Contracts or Danny to pop off and take over a team fight. So you know with the explosive power of Danny's still undefeated Tristana, 9-0 now on this champion, plus the reset capabilities of Viego, those are the two that they're looking to set up.
In the last game too, kind of carrying this over, it was opportunities that Impact was looking for an engage, or Svenskeren in the previous one when the Diana was looking for a fight but was getting kicked out. So now you have the ability of the engage from Gnar with a Black Shield on top, and it won't be perturbed. So those things are available now, but man, last time, you know, the most prolific Morgana mid-game was definitely at MSI. Thinking about like EDG and SKT. So it's definitely been tried and tested.
The downfall of Faker's undefeated LeBlanc.
Yep.
I remember.
All right, well now Perks' LeBlanc is the one up to bat here. LeBlanc Lee Sin going to be pretty threatening for the Cloud9 mid jungle, who did have quite a good first outing on Orianna and Lee Sin. We'll see how they do with an even more aggressive pairing here.
Whew, all right, any level 1 shenanigans too, because it does kind of mess up your lane if you go Q, but the tales of being bound by a Morgana Q and then never being able to move again are true.
Yes.
Another point to make, of course, that's inspiration, I'm pretty sure. Secondary there for Ignar. So Hex Flash on the table, the typical. Have to flash, maybe level 2 or something. It's not viable here because it is a cleanse pickup for Sven. So that's likely not going to happen, but makes it very clear. Sven now going cleanse versus Evil Genius's comp.
All right, well, we do have another sideline report. This time, though, it is going to be Dash standing by with, wait, hold a second, Impact. Going to be in trouble. Very nice brush camp here for Fudge and Perks. We'll hold the interview because Impact's in trouble, but he flashes out to safety, and now we'll go to Dash and Peter Dunn.
Thank you very much, gents. Every time you try to come to us, it's action on the Rift. Impact getting away from that one just a moment ago. But I do want to take a moment to reset. Unfortunately, took the loss in game number 1, but you've already provided us with the best 5-game series we've had in the postseason. So I'm just curious what words you shared with the team stepping off the stage after that loss to recoup here for game 2.
Just that we need to regain our focus. I mean, we have a lot of energy going into the game, and I think that we were a little bit off first game, so we just need to calm it down. Cloud9 are a team that we've played well against for the whole year. They didn't show anything new in postseason. We just need to go back to playing our standard game.
In this game 2, Contracts has come back in. Any calculus you can give me there for why it is that you're swapping in that jungler now?
Just that I feel that he's been watching the first game with our jungle coach Turtle. We've seen some things we can exploit, and he's the best position to be able to exploit.
Great. Playing the full 6-man roster. Peter, good luck in this series. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much.
From here, back to the guys.
An active bot lane, and it starts with that level 1 flash E, but it actually benefited Sven. They have double flash advantage.
Trying to punish that early flash. Blabber is in.
Here comes Blabber. Ignar going to be the target. Q lined up. Ignar, no flash, no hope, and first blood. Maybe, maybe not. The face break is good. The kill is better. It's Vang with first blood.
So this is why we've stopped seeing the support set going level 1 flash on the AD carry, because the adaptation has just been cleansed. Cleanse immediately, move away. Sure, exhaust was expended there, but like that still was super beneficial for him.
But also, why we've seen it is because jungler adaptation, my friend Red.
True.
Red buff all the way down to punish that. Almost the longest possible distance that you can go as a jungler, aside from, waiting around at Krugs. Oh, really like to see that from Blabber. It is playing to the state of the map. This is the most important thing for junglers, is reacting to lane states. And if the enemy support wants to gain access to their Hex Flash by burning their real Flash for those level 1 or level 2 all-ins, you go punish them for it immediately. Really good heads-up play by Cloud9. Good communication on their team to execute.
And this is going to be a different game in general, right? I mean, mid lane is definitely looking nice for the counter pick right now for Jizuke, but we expect, especially in the 2v2s, for Lee and LeBlanc to look a lot better. But it's Jace for Fudge on the top side. It's advantage now on the bottom side. Cloud9 are playing to win these lanes and win through the mid game rather than get to the mid game and win then.
Yeah, and I think even though that lane's been working out quite well for Evil Geniuses, it's the side lanes that haven't. I know that during the interview, the flash going down from Impact in an already difficult matchup versus Jace, that's going to be really problematic there for Evil Geniuses, because like a dive is going to be set up at some point with LeBlanc incorporated. She also has TP, so she doesn't even need to necessarily make the move. She just needs to get the first push.
My favorite part about that level 1 play is that Impact stuck around for an extra half second in the back of the blue pit to make sure he gets a grass proc out of it at least. So he got that little bit of extra health to try and help him survive. Definitely hurts to be down flash, but it was burned so early. He's working off that timer right now.
Zven isolated here in the 1v2. Getting the gravity gun going. TP very aggressive. Danny with the flash and the rocket jump at Igna. Perhaps not so lucky. It's Perks lining up the chain. Can't grab it just yet, though. They're going to wait at the W and now look for it. But no, the Q's not activated. It's Vulcan in trouble. Contracts down here nice and early. Vulcan served up on a silver platter. Danny going to take his meal.
Contracts flashes in front of him. What a play there. They punish the overextension. Perks on teleporting in, immediately chained onto a minion, so didn't have a clear shot at it. And now top side, they want to get that binding.
Flash Q rooted forever. Perks gets the kill, but Jizuke gets it. In fact, it's Impact that'll get the donation.
How did Ignar die? He died during the play bot side. I'm sure we'll get the replay at the same damn time. What an active game.
It certainly is. That's really funny to me, though, that Jizuke's showing you this is how you teleport in and hit your skill shot.
Yeah.
You flash point blank right next to them. That way you don't miss your snare. He's able to land that one. It's deaths all over the map.
I'll say active game again. Vulcan, my goodness, flying into mid with the Hex Flash.
Okay.
He's been out of lane a lot, is the point I'm trying to make. Both teams getting aggressive with these roams and TPs.
The thing is, that's why I really like how you mentioned, you know, the Morgana in Champ Select for this pick. It's not about being aggressive in the mid lane. It's to neutralize there. You just push the wave and you have Black Shield for a lot of those visits. So even if they do it that way, yeah. So as we said in the earlier stage, Perks was teleported in, then he immediately chained the minions so they couldn't get that kill. This is what I really like, though, was Contracts' flash in front of Nautilus. He immediately, as soon as he sees the start of the animation, flashes in front of it, so he takes the hook. There's no distance gained by Nautilus, and this one, as you know, another good flash.
Yeah, instantly on his head. Flash was still there from the Jace, so he didn't want to give him any chances there. So across the map, working out well. I mean, Contracts coming in first game of the series and already playing damn well for his team.
And we didn't solve the mystery of what happened in the second attempt at bottom side.
We saw a bunch of replays, but where's the other one?
I saw where Perks was, and I saw where I assume Ignar backed, and I think I can kind of put it together.
All right.
Got him.
But I guess
Sherlock Perks.
You know what? Go get Pro-View. Then you'll find out what happened.
True.
All right, Dragon attempt though perhaps here for EG as teams are scoring up around the objective. But not going to go for it just yet. Here is Impact getting the push happening here in top lane. Feels a lot better in the 1v1 after that kill.
They can feel a lot more comfortable, Evil Geniuses that is, taking Dragon as long as they get pushed down bot side. They have TP available from Impact. He's been pushing out the lane, so he wouldn't lose too much. So that's a play that's always available. C9 is aware of it. They even have Crab. Let's see if they can get this play off.
At it again here. Ignar down to the bottom side, but it's Sven taking the damage. Contracts with a very nice looking angle. It doesn't quite land it here, so Sven burns the flash, burns the ulti, but does live.
I like how much pressure they're keeping on this Aphelios, constantly burning summoner spells off of Sven, trying to keep him from having a dominating lane phase. This is our look. Thank you, observers.
The mind is Sven. Or Perks.
Ooh,
Found
Perks.
Nice.
Yeah, Perks did not have any. Oh, minion went right around the corner, I believe. Maybe we get that toggled with the Fog of War, but Perks is not having any of that. LeBlanc goes in, finds him, punishes Ignar, actually gets that kill. So the earlier chain on the minion was just a message.
Nicely done there. And as a result, it is going to be Cloud9 with the FTX gold advantage just barely in their favor. Not a lot, though, as certainly plenty of games still to play here. Danny's Tristana stats. We saw that play at the top of the day. 9-0, still undefeated. Pretty beefy KDA to go alongside it.
Yeah, 12.11 for him. Further inflated by the 1v9 play that he was able to earn his own pentakill. One of our LCS most historic plays already, I would say. You know, it's only what, a week old?
They grow up so fast.
Yes, they do.
And yeah, I mean, community have been asking to see, you know, Danny on that pick. I know when they got to the end of that last series, he was on the Ziggs. But this is a composition that really empowers him. So this is a, you know, play around the Tristana or the Viego. They have multiple options. So want to see what Evil Genius can get done.
Yeah, and he's doing it into the Aphelios matchup this time around. So I like the confidence from EG. Does feel like they kind of just shrugged off that first losses, which is what you want to see. You know, mentality of these players in playoff situations. Best of 5 is so much about discipline and focusing on the task at hand. And here, task at hand for Contracts, even on the ward, because they have the bottom lane recall first. This is what I always want to point out on these objectives where people are wondering, oh, why are they just giving it up? It's because the few seconds of difference from your bottom lane recall was first there for EG. So that's why they forced this. Blabber might fish around for a steal, but Contracts does a good job pulling it further down into the river. So it makes it very difficult for Lee Sin to try and land one of those Qs. And they get their objective without spilling any blood.
Yeah. It's not going to be as good as the previous game, though, as we head into a pause. Just because, in this case, Ven was able to get the push out. That's a full wave loss there from Danny. So you're going to have to make a pretty good use of this Rift Herald to feel at least beneficial, especially since the comp is around Danny in the later portions of the game. So something to see how the Rift Herald would impact this team.
Yeah, I want to see how hard they commit to this switch because with Tristana plus having the Rift Herald, maybe they're able to work off some of those turret plates with the destructive properties, but it's just a full recall for the entire team of EG, full reset.
That's very pleasant. Little timeout, and now we're back.
Yeah, your little quick 15 seconds of meditation.
Yeah, did everyone get your own segment? You know, make sure you're refreshed, and we're back in there.
Couple deep breaths. Helps with that focus.
Yep. Focus on hidden camps. Contracts not losing his camps at the very least for going for Rift Herald, so that's going to be a positive. I think he should stay on the bot side of the map, though, just because not only does he want to use Rift Herald for that Tristana set lane, also wants to contest for Dragon.
That's the main thing for me is that there's still a teleport discrepancy for Cloud9. Fudge has no teleport. Impacts is about up in like 2 seconds, so they cannot start this Dragon. They do get the Scuttle Crab instead, but they let the Dragon reset here. That is advisable. Fudge still probably communicating, hey, I've got, what, like 35 seconds, 40 seconds left on his teleport maybe.
But that does mean that Evil Geniuses can push for the vision at least. And if they want to play for a fight here, I think it's a little too early. I think they should try Rift Herald bot lane and then go for a fight, knowing that Jace is not going to be a part of it.
Well, unsurprisingly, Contracts is back down to the bottom side of the map. Does have the Herald, as you mentioned, ready to line up this potential Dragon. No Fudge TP. Still maybe 10 seconds away. But Contracts hunting for a pick first here as Perkz is poking around here into the river. With Azuko, who's done a very nice job of keeping Perkz locked into mid lane. Although Perkz is going at it once again. Now Contracts going to ult him straight up. But Blabber finding the Q is not going to go in. Black Shield making Contracts' life very easy there.
And trading for health versus mages is usually very, very profitable for you because they have to go all the way back to base, you know, to replenish their health bar. They can't lifesteal, but you've got teleport, so not going to be as profitable this time around.
Perkz back, everyone just chilling out as Dragon will actually be started by Cloud9, so despite the attention Contractor was able to pay, it's Cloud9 to pick up this first Dragon. Very late, but they still get it.
Yeah, they delayed it quite a bit, even though Vision was being cleared out by Evil Geniuses. TP is now up from Fudge, so that was discrepancy no longer existed. And no ulti from Contracts because of the play. So to the point that you made, TP right back mid, and you're right where you started, except with an ulti advantage.
Ooh, Perkz gonna be okay. Good chain, does not go back to his distortion to try and connect it, is gonna play respectfully of Jizuke also being in the area. Impact also feeling really good after that first kill. He's actually up about a wave in CS and pretty consistently has been pushing Fudge in the 1v1.
Meanwhile, Contracts, you see what they're doing here? They have Contracts trying to harass Perkz on his roam attempts while Jizuke is allowed to just push the mid wave. So this is a way of junglers, when we talk about unlocking lanes, this is another way of them not just going up to the wave and helping you shove by hitting it, but they take the time of their opponents. So it allows Jizuke just to hard shove mid, gives you that unlock from mid, your 30 seconds to roam down. Meanwhile, bottom side, they also push in. They get the turret played off. Rift Herald is activated, and they almost can get it down to that last one.
Huge amount of gold they're giving over to Danny, and that does seem to be the plan right now for EG. Just feed gold to this Tristana. Can't really blame them, given his record and recent performance.
We would blame them if they did not funnel Danny on Tristana. Who's going to be held accountable for this? Who took that kill?
As Cloud9 also paying the attention they have to. Topside, Fudge in trouble. Impact looking for the play. Flash Gnar ulti incoming forces Fudge to flash out.
Yeah, even if they can't get the kill, I mean, the objective's already been complete. Flash off of Jason, also 2 waves being denied off him. So a response play has to be made from Cloud9.
All right, Vulcan over the ulti. Blabber the same, but the dive's looking a little dicey. Danny, pretty hard to pin down here.
They do have Jace teleport that could come in, so EG need to be cognizant of the teleport timers right now, not over-engage. If you chase them down the lane, Nautilus locks you up. He's got ultimate and hook ready to hold you in place for the Fudge teleport. But Fudge now finally does exit the fountain. He was looking for a possible counter down there, heads back top.
It's really difficult to just dive not a full-sum spot lane with their jungle and a set. With ulti. So I can imagine how difficult it was for them to even think about going for it. So that just means Fudge loses out throughout the entirety of this. Great adaptation from Evil Geniuses between games to come to not just this draft, but overall a more stable way of playing.
All right, well, everything's kind of resetting a little. Dragon up in 225. Plates are off. Perkz actually tanked 2 tower shots to get a plate there in mid before taking his reset. So at least got a bit of extra gold off the back of that. Does result in the Luden's Tempest now being finished. Same story on the other side, though, for Jizuke. It is his mythic done, is, of course, Leandri's. And 2 Divine Sunders stacked on top of those top sides, as well as EG feeling pretty good about where the game is. FTX gold advantage only up 300. But given that Cloud9 did have a small lead to kick off this game, EG have done a really good job of pacifying Cloud9's early game and getting themselves to a point where the Morgana and the Tristana can take over.
Yeah, and man, this guy was just packing with a big wallet when he went back to base. Tristana goes back, full buys his Berserker Greaves, and also is able to finish his Mythic. So right now, Tristana is online. Evil Geniuses want to fight when he's around. Right now is probably not the best opportunity. More Cloud9 members topside. Tristana trying to take bot wave.
I like EG's commitment to their draft of continuing to fight around this top river.
Checking with the face, though. Vulcan, though, still now in a 1v3. Pulled back by Igna. Will have to flash out, but Viego's going to be chasing on in. Ignite is down. The slow's good out of the Viego ulti, and Impact sweeps up another one.
Contract's time spent playing around Jizuke is through the roof this game, and it finally pays off for them. Now they're going for another round of Fudge.
Yeah, Contracts lines it up once more, but they don't have any extra CC. Contract says, are you sure? You're going to take out Fudge as well.
Yeah, man, Fudge just hasn't been able to play the game. Constant waves being denied. A lot of the times, the pressure that they've been playing through Jizuke has been going
Blabber again gets the kick, but that's not enough. The Iron Spike whip. No, it was the Gold Drinker fully up. It just wasn't enough.
Blabber tried for it. He was so close. Danny surviving, saying, I ain't going to die under this turret again.
And that's real bad news for Cloud9 because they're trying to trade back kills and EG are just shoving through topside. They're going to get this tower. Can they get out safely? Sven and Vulcan, the only threats in the area, but that's an easy one to walk away from. Even that second Herald going over to Contracts.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of laugh about it because it's funny always to see, either a Tristana or a Lee Sin kicking someone away when they don't have the execution damage. But that play mid, that doesn't have... It's not without a cost. You still get to hard push on topside for Evil Geniuses. They finish up on 2 turrets up on the top side, taken down, and gives them time to reset for Dragon. So these timing windows are so critical as far as, the extra little 10-15 seconds that you spend going for a play like that, trying to dive under a tower, has repercussions. It has a cost for you because you lose what people will refer to as tempo a lot in some of these cases. In the timing it's going to take you to recover from that play, then reset. Your opponent's getting down there for the timing on your Dragon. Now we're going to be watching this Gnar Rage Bar. Impact's just transformed into Mega. So with Teleport being ready for him, it is a bigger factor since Fudge doesn't have his, and they've rotated LeBlanc up there. But so is the Mini versus Mega duality.
Yeah, and also, even though Cloud9 at least has the gold on Sven, so Sven is the one that has been benefiting for a lot of the topside pressure coming in from Evil Geniuses, that's not their win condition. Like, Sven's going to have a difficulty like having space to walk forward. It's an Aphelios with the Nautilus, not with the Thresh, and a lot of it is going to be on LeBlanc and Jace being on side lanes, but they don't have that, especially not even being able to approach the outer turrets.
Exactly. I mean, the team fight is so much stronger for Evil Geniuses because they have, well, Nar is walking down through the river. They finish up on the objective before he even has to get here. But as long as Impact can manage that Rage Bar, he is the front line.
Yes.
And they've also got the added Black Shield for both their carries, so it is much easier for them to force on all these objectives. And since Cloud9 didn't get an early lead, they can't, make a lot of use of the split pushing of LeBlanc Jace, which you usually do want to, and they just have to keep on giving ground here.
Ooh, Depth Charge popped onto Contracts. Now TP coming in for Cloud9, but the Rift Herald is going to get 2 charges. I don't think Perkz has an angle here. Shock Blast very nicely dodged as a team, as Perkz is looking for a chain, but nothing latches. EG, such a good siege in mid there.
Yeah, losing TP, not being able to get anything, having 4 members mid to try and at least defend the second turret. And for the most part, this is just Evil Geniuses winning out entirely. Jace hasn't been able to farm side lane minions without having to deal with Contracts and one of the solo laners and the support. It's been a really tough game for him.
Yeah, I think that's why we were so hyper-focused on a lot of these early plays, because if you're playing a comp like Cloud9, and you normally want to transition into Jace and LeBlanc both split pushing and having these strong side lanes, one versus one advantages to get you extra minion vision by pushing up further into lanes, but then also threatening collapses and poking or chunking people out. Now you're playing it from behind.
Yeah.
You have 0 towers taken versus Evil Geniuses, who are already invading into your jungle, and those deep wards mean they can see your rotations before you get your lane setups. Here they find a pick, though.
Ignar, the target, is going to get locked down. Already popped the W, so that will be a kill for Sven, but now Impact, we're going to make the big play. 2 into the wall with the Nara as Danny gets in there and tries to clean one up. Perkz being very sneaky to try and get his way out of there as Blabber will collapse, and that is a critical error for the EG rookie, as now Vulcan locked up and killed as well.
Not getting that LeBlanc kill was so detrimental for EG. Contracts was about to pick up that soul. They needed 1 more hit on him. Then on LeBlanc, you can transform, jump right over too, and Danny wouldn't have died. But because Perkz lives, Danny goes down over the wall, tried to finish him off. They can't get the kill, and there's life in Cloud9 yet.
Yeah, a chain of errors from Evil Geniuses, and it does start with Ignar clearing that ward when he didn't have the full team. The rest of the team was also, of course, across the wall trying to invade and take camps, so those are the mistakes that you do not want to create.
Something we were praising Cloud9 for last game was their discipline while ahead, and this is something that EG are showing the opposite side of here. You mentioned, in fighting for that deep vision, Ignar doesn't respect the positioning there. He gets collapsed on first. That leads to the all-in on Perkz, where he escapes, and then Danny falls over and he gives over the other kill. They do get 1 back in getting the support kill there for EG in the end, but it's still much needed money on the side of Cloud9 that can possibly fund their way back into this game. It's still going to be very difficult because, again, looking at the comps, EG has such a strong setup for setting up on neutral objectives and playing out team fights. But Cloud9, if they can start to fund some of these split pushers, maybe they can get map control back. Fudge, though?
Yeah. And you can make that one mistake. And honestly, something I was going to say before that play even happened was that the Evil Geniuses were doing a good job to play so disciplined, right? C9's way of getting back into this game, other than, of course, blunders like that, would have been like a Lee Sin kick or a Nautilus Q. And the fights that have been happening have happened when Jizuke has been roaming there, to be there ready for the clapback, ready for the Black Shield. So that's the one aberration, but so far it's been a good run for Evil Geniuses.
And again, given the early game Cloud9 presented, EG should be very happy. 22 minutes in, FTX Gold lead pumped up to 4K, which is real nice. at this stage of the game. But Contracts, though, looking for the play. Sven going to be the target.
Yeah.
Danny in there again, and now Sven with no flash is going to get slowed up, and Danny knocks it down this time.
Love the confidence here on Contracts. He's always looking for the next play. And you know that you have well, never mind, we're going to have another one.
Here we go. Impact at it again. Oh, it's Vulcan that finds the hook this time. Mininar is very fragile, but will live as Ignar going to pop back through. And now Cloud9, do they think they have something else here? As Impact will transform and he'll be fine.
Yeah, careful. The blunder was almost there from EG. You can see it starting to form as they got a little bit too deep. You know, the ultimate reset ultimate fails over the wall. There's extra vision from flank from Vulcan there, but they calm it down and they're able to get everybody out.
That's why when I think about that field report that we heard from Peter Dunn, remember that message, calm down.
Okay.
Because that blunder could actually cost them second dragon. They have to go for the full base. Thankfully they are. Nari's going to be here for it, but mistakes like these will bring Cloud9 back into the game.
All right, well, the problems do continue on the C9 side, even though they are looking to try and exploit the mistakes that EG do present to them. It's EG. They get the vision. They take the dragon. Going to keep that objective up for themselves 2-1 as Danny easily slays that. And Evil Genius is just continuing to lean on the strength of this Tristana and this Morgana while still being proactive, which is the thing you love to see. They could play, for 35 minutes and play a 5v5, but they don't need to. They know how to snowball a lead.
Yeah, they're playing with total control of the map. Because of the difference in towers here, there's nowhere for Cloud9 to work with. They continually push out their sideways first. They can collapse then for these uncontested neutral objectives. And I expect EG to be able to retain that control unless they get caught with their hands in the jungle again. These are the areas where you can get caught, even if you are ahead like that. In an advantageous situation, when you've got Nautilus over here looking for the hooks through Fog of War, or if you're trying to get too deep past these control wards, those are moments where a Nautilus hook, a Lee Sin player, LeBlanc, follow up, they get a kill, maybe they get a bounty, and you start to get a little bit worried. But as of right now, they should be able to do their homework first.
Yeah, and so I like the fact that they placed the control ward there. They have to be able to defend it. This is what they're going to be judged on. It is going to be a Cloud Soul, so it really is going to be dependent on Evil Geniuses and how they can play around Baron and fight around it. So I think Ignar has to be the one that is the creative member that's not the one hitting the objective, but is in a position for them to force a fight. It can be Nar as well. They have multiple ways to start a fight. I want to see Evil Geniuses get it done.
All right, well, Cloud9 are sitting in a brush, and Impact says, get out. Throws the Q in there.
Smack him.
Oh, C9, go back for round 2. Impact's like, well, I don't have vision, so I'm not going to face check. Cloud9 actually have quite a few wards here. Looks like bait, but Impact will clear this one.
Yeah, EG have no sweepers available yet. There's a couple seconds left on Jizuka, so they won't clear out this vision until they get their sweeper up. They only have one control ward left on Ignar too, so their vision game is a little light, but they're going for the Baron bait.
Both Ignar and Impact, by the way, are playing defense. I think this is a good place to fight.
Blabber going to be the target. Gets 2, though, off the ulti out of Impact. TP's coming through it. There's the ulti out of set, though. Cloud9, the baby landed up, but no, it's EG to knock it down. Jizuke does get a kill back, but the AoE damage is absolutely massive. It's Sven's ulti that's got all of EG so low, and now Perks is trying to chase him down here. Jizuke going to be the target. Fudge as well. We're going to get in there, but EG, can they get out alive? Perks with the wraparound. Just somehow no one's dead. Perks going in, gets base broken. Perks gets the chain, dipped his way out of there as Cloud9 do get one, but can they get more?
Yes,
EG under the tower, there's 2 ready and waiting, but they will get out.
On one end, Ignar's E was insane, and on the other, that Sven clapback, that Inferno, that ultimate hitting all 5 members, ridiculous, and that's going to mean C9 Baron.
They've got it! They come back in this game! Danny does push down mid lane. He's going to increase the cost, but that's Baron for Cloud9. After getting beaten over the head for the first 20 minutes of this game by Evil Geniuses, Cloud9 with the huge turnaround. Man, when I saw that base breaker from Ignar, clapping 4 people together over the wall, you thought there was going to be the big follow-up, but they had just used cooldowns. There was no damage follow-up. And so then, as you're saying, Sven the Aphelios is able to turn it around. Look at this. Sometimes when you're clumping up to try and follow up on a play from your team, you can expose yourselves to a counterplay, and that's just what happened. Here's another look at how it started. I like the focus. Impact just wants to start the fight on the front line. Vulcan flashes away. He's able to land that stun, but we're back to life.
Yeah, we've got no time because EG are looking to make a play again. It's Bleaknar that's going to get deleted. Perks just grabs one, and now C9 on the assault. Q will miss, and C9 don't think they have a follow-up here, so EG will only lose one. But the Red Bull Baron power play looking real nice there as Perks does actually find a backline assassination. Black Shield is late onto Impact, but it will not cost him yet. Gets the ulti. Danny slays Vulcan. Nice little counter play there out of EG, but Sven is just letting it rip as Blabber going so deep. Ward hops away, finds a blast coming for safety, and Cloud9 is on the attack this time.
This game is so explosive. And the fact that that kill, just blowing up Ignar before he had the chance to use his W, was pivotal. This game is now in Cloud9's hands.
I love it. And this is the reason why you keep cautioning against giving money back to the side of Cloud9. You caution against those blunders that EG make. Cloud9 are making the most of this. The best possible tool for you to have when you've got LeBlanc Chase is to have this Baron buff. They shove right back. They get more kills out of themselves. They even up on these turrets, 2 extra turrets taken down for themselves. Both of them outers.
Oh, Danny. All right, he's fine. Everything's fine.
Black Shield
Everything's
is there.
fine.
In Jizuke, you trust. Black Shield has safety.
Yeah, and now they're going to be able to pick up the dragon, but it really does come back to that fight because you have to be ready to follow up. The Gnar ultimate being able to nail 2 people, specifically the Lee Sin who was in a safe spot actually and was going to be able to escape with W, but the flash from Vulcan, he should have been nailed down with a binding from Morgana or something to be ready for it because that was what they were looking for a long time.
Yeah. Perks burst, Sven burst, and Fudge's EQ all hit. So big focus fire there from Cloud9 gave them big rewards. Let's see what they can actually do with it though. The Baron buff, only 24 seconds left, so that's going to be the last wave that they can actually push with this Baron buff. And now we're actually just evening out to, what, a measly 232 FPX gold advantage for Cloud9. Basically, those last series of events just got them back into this game. They still have to deal with the difficulty of trying to play out one of these team fights versus a well-placed, Flash Gnar ultimate from Impact can make everything go sideways. But now, at least for Cloud9, they get to play their comp because they need more map control to be able to play this, and they need more vision so you can find those flank angles and get those, chunky LeBlanc plays you're used to.
Yeah, and the biggest winner throughout all of that was Fudge. Fudge was able to get back into the game, has a level advantage now on Impact, and he can play side lane comfortably. And so if the side lanes are going to be in favor of Cloud9, then either EG is going to be losing waves or they're not going to be on the objective first. And it feels like now it's just going to be harder and harder for this team.
Contracts, flashes, the Blast Cone needs to try and save him, but the burst is there. Great hook out of Vulcan, and Perks will nab it.
Another blunder from evil geniuses. Cloud9 punish the jungle invade. They themselves going to be a little bit cautious in trying to retake control, though. I kind of like the call where they just want to make up some of the difference in minion waves during this push. You take down some control wards. They're playing cautiously through the brush, not letting anyone get too close to a binding, and are able to push it right back out through mid. Bottom lane pushing for them as well.
I mean, for me, Raz, the biggest winner on the EG side is their turrets. It's 6-2 still in turrets. Cloud9 have so much gold they could collect it. They didn't get off that first Baron. So even though the gold lead right now, only 1,000 up, there is a lot more for Cloud9 to take as the game goes on.
True. A lot of time to work with. The turrets is number 1. The Cloud Soul is another. You are willing to give up more to still have that one play to get back into the game.
You have to be scared now on EG of this LeBlanc. Perks, 3 item power spike, 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. So death cap coming in is just, it means the difference between life and death in so many of these situations. And so, whereas previously, EG were very happy to group up on these neutrals, play off their vision. They can force over and over on Cloud9, who were not able to apply pressure on the rest of the map. Now, you have to respect it because I like you also mentioning Fudge. This is one of my favorite power spikes on him, was just the 3-item power spike. When you have the Shrelia come in on top of the Muramana transformation, you just hit so much harder. It really does make the poke a different beast.
And it's going to be difficult for Impact, who's itemizing for both, right? He's itemized Wits and and the added armor just for team fights. So if he's going to be on a side lane, it's going to be much, much harder for him to hold up versus Fudge without help. So, yeah, seeing...
Oh, wow.
Oh!
That's a 4v5, by the way. Fudge's top lane still. Impact going in, but he gets himself Nautilus ulted. And now Perks are just poking back and forth, but EG, they've got the inside track to mid lane.
Very heads-up play there from Vulcan to use the Nautilus ultimate on front line, just on Impact, to deny the engage, rather than trying to save it for a carry.
Oh! Vulcan gets in there, finds the Q, pops the watch, and now Perks is going in because Fudge is TP'd back around. Ulti again, hits on Danny, he's so low, and Fudge with the flank TP finds the snipe, he collects the double kill, and EG are falling apart in game 2. It's Contracts with no way out in the Wolf camp as Cloud9 find 3.
Waiting on it, and Fudge finds that TP, and bingo, hits Danny, just who was so low off that fight. He was on side lane, and remember, Cloud9 had so much control of that side of the map that they had plenty of wards in that blue side jungle for Fudge to be a part of.
Fudge is in his head, man. Danny dodged back into that. He fires the shock blast, expecting the dodge backwards, hits him on the mark, and Cloud9 have not dropped a beat after taking their comeback team fight on the invade previously by Baron. They now are wearing purple for a second time in this game. Pastry, you were unimpressed with the 2 towers taken previously. Now they get another chance at it. This is my call out for Ignar, though. Really good stuff on the engage. A lot of times supports will only save their ultimate to use on a backline member, but he immediately just stops that engage from Impact to buy time, as you're saying, for Fudge to get the tower, then reset and teleport in. They then go for the re-engage. Sven lands the ultimate, and Fudge fires the shock blast, dodges back into it there for Danny, signing the death warrant. Then Perks, Blast Cone, they're able to keep him inside. They pick up all the extra kills, and Cloud9 are right back to business as usual. They've wiped the early game from their memories, my friends.
True. Fudge, not only the most improved player of the split, but also most improved player of the game. From the early woes of getting constantly pushed off waves to this, the glow up is real.
Looking good so far as Cloud9 will continue their assault with the Baron. Perks is unbelievably deadly. Goodbye, Danny, as Perks blows him up, but Impact around the outside looking for the kill and does get the shutdown. It's Contracts that collects 1,000 bonus gold.
Oh, Contracts gets to be Perks for a while. Now he's the Fed LeBlanc. Can he get down here in time? Nope, he has to use the reset early, but they're going in.
Suzuki, though, setting it up with the ulti, flashes in for the play out of the watch, and now Cloud9 will shut him down, but can AG get anything off the backside of it? It's Fudge on a rampage, it's Impact low, Cloud9 just ripping through the rest of Evil Geniuses, as Contracts is the only one left alive. He's gonna run out to safety, but Cloud9 will take your base instead.
Yeah, man, what a great flash reposition from Sven. Recognized that Impact was looking for the ulti, didn't want to be the first person, but...
Contracts!
What?
He's going off! How is he still alive? The game's ending, he's gonna live! He's gonna deny the ace, he's dodging everything, but Cloud9 take the Nexus. Contracts, very impressive footwork at the end of the game, but it's Cloud9 with the 2-0 in the series.
A difference of discipline. In the first game, Cloud9, huge advantage. They methodically deny any possibility for comeback for Evil Geniuses. Yes, they had a very good range advantage, but they checked all the bosses with vision, not leaving themselves in any precarious positions. This time around, though, EG, they get caught too many times. They let Cloud9 back into it, and you can't do that. These are veterans on stage for Cloud9. This team brought in Perks.
Yeah.
They completely focused this year on not having a summer collapse. They were able to dominate spring again. They won. They went to MSI. Next thing on the agenda here is making it all the way through this playoffs, and they're looking like they mean business in this series.
Yeah, and it feels like a different Cloud9 from regular, or at least the late regular season. I'm talking about week 9 to regular season to you know, their series in Golden Guardians and here today. Yeah. That discipline that we're talking about, Vulcan working with Blabber a lot more consistently, and knowing when to cut losses and not just taking fights, I think is the biggest improvement. And it's got to feel bad for Evil Geniuses. Game 1, draft was blown to pieces and they had to change the drafting strategy. Game 2, they had everything. And now it's just going to get the third and final, or at least, you know, you don't want it to be the final. I'm almost psyching myself out now. I'm like, I'm seeing a defeat screen and it's hitting me. But it goes back to just play better. because you can't lose games like that, and that's the hardest thing to hear.
All right,
You want to hear it.
Playoff perks looking good as Cloud9 find themselves 2-0 up in the best of 5, but it is time now to learn more about the LCS's shared love of food in another Grubhub Taste of Local. Remember that Grubhub provides on-time delivery and the lowest price, and if they can't, they'll make it right with a perk for at least $5 off your next order. But now we're going to catch up with Contracts to find out how a trip to Worlds ignited his love of pork buns.
When I was on C9 in 2017, when we went to Worlds, we're staying at this huge hotel in Wuhan. They had this huge buffet at the bottom of the hotel, and they had this one section dedicated to just pork buns. And they would also decorate a few of them, like they would put like pig faces on them and like rabbit faces. The thing that really makes me love pork buns is just how fluffy it is. Like the bread is just so fluffy, it is just so satisfying to eat. If you go to like a pretty authentic Chinese restaurant in LA, just the quality of the food is pretty similar. I can't necessarily cook everything. Just having all those options at my doorstep is pretty good. LA has a lot of diverse food, so I like Korean food, Chinese food, Thai food. Also can't forget my Mexican food as well. Gotta go back to the heritage.
Not gonna lie, Jake from State Farm. That Daniel deal got me some sweet savings on my insurance.
Daniel, State Farm offers surprisingly great rates to everyone.
Sure you do. Tell you what, I'm not supposed to do this, but I'll let you try the chunk, honey.
Oh, I'm good. Here's the deal. Great rates, kinda our thing.
You wanna meet the queen?
I'm not dressed for that. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the LCS. We are still hanging out here at the State Farm Analyst Desk, and Game 2 was a lot more explosive than Game number 1. I think it kicked off to a rolling start like many expected for this series.
Yeah, so this is, that was kind of the exact early game I was expecting. I'm gonna take a look at this draft for a minute, only because one thing that we talked about in Evil Genius's last game or series was that you were looking at why they weren't picking the Viego, right? And the Viego Rise was constantly going to their opponent. This time, they've, first pick Viego based on the jungle bans, and it actually does look really good for contracts early. Additionally, the Morgana counter pick into LeBlanc was pretty interesting. I actually wasn't sure where they were going to put that, even though it is known as kind of a lane counter to LeBlanc. So I don't even necessarily think it's like, oh my gosh, this was a terrible draft. I'll talk about more where I thought EG lost it later on. But in terms of how they played this draft out early, I thought it was pretty good.
Agreed, and I think what the Morg also does is, they saw Lee Sin LeBlanc, which is one of the most potent mid-jungle combos. Morg sort of neutralizes that by making sure that you have a mid laner who's not going to get CC'd and also can disengage with binding. And even if she's not disengaged with binding, you actually have opportunities to look for kills if you do land a binding. So I thought it was an interesting adaptation for Jizuke, especially considering that he's often being forced deeper in his pool with the bans on Rise, etc. I wasn't convinced that they needed to draft Morg so early, personally. I thought that they could have stood to maybe draft something like Leona, which I think has been one of Ignite's best champs, and look to pick the Morgana later, because I don't know if it would have been a great flex. But overall, I don't think there was a huge draft issue here. I thought they played a draft that made sense for their priorities early game, and they executed pretty well.
Being a LeBlanc main myself, I don't actually think that Morgana is a counter. I think it's a little bit rough, like level 3, 5, and 7. But once LeBlanc actually hits 9, 10, 11, it gets really rough for Morgana. You saw in that game when Perks had 11, he just started styling a Morgana. You have 3 different ways to dodge your Q. You can take your W back, you can take your R back, assuming you W R in, and then you can just also move left and right? So it's actually really hard for Morgana to win. You get a bit of early game pressure, and that's why you saw Viego get ahead. So they did that well. But then comes late game, she doesn't do anything anymore. Like she has some damage, a little bit of CC, but you really need strong damage elsewhere. And I think it's really hard to play Morgana versus LeBlanc later in the game.
Yeah, we did see some impactful moments early on from the Morgana, as well as the junglers, who were both trying to make their own proactive plays.
Yeah, and we heard the coach just talk about why they put contracts in, and he said it's because he got this chance to study and had some exploits ready. And he activated some of those exploits early game. I thought contract overall had a pretty good early game where he was in the right places to get counter ganks and just generally provide enough pressure so that the EG could get themselves established much more so than they were able to last game. And overall, I thought this was a good showing from contracts. It's a shame that things started to fall apart as a team later in the game.
I want to defend Perks here. Everyone saw that he missed a chain. His idea was here to path past the creep and do the chain. He got creep blocked though. It should have pathed him down, but those 2 minions creep blocked him. Yes, he probably should just W'd then E'd, but he got creep blocked and missed his chain because of that. I made fun of him at first for saying he had no fingers, but it was a little bit unlucky, but still.
He comes in and gets the kill on the backside.
He got it at the end.
Fine. It's totally fine.
Yeah, it happens.
Well, as explosive as this game was, right, it feels like that can be the single difference in how a play goes one way or another, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, and I think so EG did a really good job, in my opinion, of playing around the early game when they were able to cross-map trade. Again, this is a lot more of what I thought when they saw, for example, they saw the giant path the casters covered that Blabber did to get that bot side kill, right? So they immediately responded by double scuttling and then trying to get advantages off of that. What you see, though, is the traditional EG and why people were initially, when they were doing so well, even when they had a win streak, they were really hesitant to call them a top team. And the reason was because they would often pick fights that were not great, or they'd take a fight and realize that they suddenly, couldn't take it for whatever reason, got outmatched in damage. We see this fight right around Baron Pit in this game where you can tell that I don't think both teams actually understood how much damage was going to come out of this fight. Initially, it looks pretty good for EG until the Aphelios comes in. And this is really what turns the tide for C9. because after this fight, EG continue to take fights as if C9 hasn't made up in some of these advantages, right? And Hai already went over how these compositions kind of play into each other the later the game goes on. Fudge gets back in the game after they set him back topside. And I just think that it shows the difference in EG playing with a lead than C9. EG will play incredibly fast and loose with their leads, and that's why I love watching them, actually. But they don't necessarily, in mid to late, play as tightly as you might want.
One thing that we do know, though, going into game number 3, EG having all of the leads that they did in the previous game, they're sticking to blue side. They are not making any substitutions. It is Contracts that is sticking through.
Right. I think, obviously, he performed really well, right? He's like 1-0-4, kind of just, he's kind of going ham, if I'm going to be honest. He's just ulting in, going everyone to the force, was killing them all and got a good lead. So I think that's good that they're doing that. And I was actually watching Pro View of this game a little bit, and I remembered something that happened before the game even started. Quick tip for everyone out there when you're playing the game, don't skill your skill until something happens. When LeBlanc and Jace were camping the bush, Fudge and Perks, if he had just waited the skill and skilled E, that would have been a free first blood for him. But he just did a Force of Habit, skilled W first, and then he didn't have it ready for that. So generally speaking, save your skill until something happens. If you're Ezreal hiding in the bot bush and you get ganked, you probably want E for that, right? So just don't skill until you see something happen or lane phase starts.
Yep, the minimal decision still getting called out by Hai here on the desk. Now, after 2 fairly quiet games for EG, Glory and a shot at the LCS Championship are all on the line for Evil Geniuses in game number 3 right after this.
It all comes down to this one last dragon fight to call the whole game. Boom, look at the damage on the wombo combo. All 5 enemy players down. GG!
Car and Driver has called the all-new Civic more fun to drive than top competitors. With more power and sharper handling than its rivals. The all-new Honda Civic. Contact your Honda dealer today or shop online.
And welcome back, everybody. We are at a potential final game of this best of 5. Final possible games remaining for Evil Geniuses if they cannot continue here, Kobe.
Serious point. For every game here on out, Evil Geniuses got to bring it now. Danny's going to have to 1v9. They got to have something. Raz, give me something here. Is it going to be a quick 3-0?
I'm sweating here. We need answers. Like game 1 came out. Okay, change the draft a little bit, right? Make it easier for you. Game 2, oh. It's like,
yeah. Because we were so hyped for EG with the early lead that they got and the comp that they were fielding. If they're unable to finish on that game number 2, then it poses a lot of questions, a lot of problems here coming into game number 3.
Yeah, that's why I think overcomplicating it can be really bad for Evil Geniuses. When you're at a point like this, the most important game is literally just this game. And so just thinking about the future, not so much in the past. You can talk about the mistakes. You can talk about the concepts that didn't work out well that last game, like getting picked out from Ignar's side. And then, of course, if one person dies, do you need to basically domino in? Like, these type of things can just be an easy fix going into the next one. I'm interested in the draft here to see, because there are already changes. Lee Sin's been the big change here for Evil Geniuses. That's the third ban that they had.
Yeah, first picked in the previous 2 games by Cloud9 for Blabber. Definitely has been a playmaker for them, especially for the early game. Means that EG still get the Viego, but there won't be the Lee Sin answer. So is it an Olaf comp then? Because Olaf is the one that you leave up because you have to still ban Thresh for the side of EG.
Yeah.
Since they've dropped it there. And it does give C9 that option. They've still showed that they can play those types of ones where you get some sort of speed or shield boost still for Blabber to allow the Olaf a smoother late game. And he still just dominates early, just as he always has.
Yeah, and you saw a little bit of the hover of Varus coming through with that ban being dropped by Evil Geniuses here in the 3rd game. So could very easily see a Varus game here. Holding on to the jungle pick, I think for 3, just to see a little bit more of the comp from Evil Geniuses is smart, because that Varus can still be flexed.
Now, would you rather see, because I actually thought the Morgana worked quite well, would you rather see that again, or an answer to LeBlanc more like Lissandra Malzahar? Because those are 2 other answers that people use, and those are actually focused on killing the LeBlanc with your level 6. You know, Lissandra, Ulter, lock her up. You have so much CC that, especially with a jungler, you can actually go for the kill. Definitely a different strategy, but
I personally liked, I know we're seeing the Twisted Fate here, but I personally like the Lissandra. I think that answer is always going to be difficult because it comes down to what they've practiced, right? And if this practice has been going through with the Morgana that they picked so earlier in the previous game, then you just have to focus on what didn't work around that pick. So Twisted Fate being picked up here, also with the top lane. So if C9 doesn't pick their top right here now, those are going to just be 2 safe bans here happening from Evil Geniuses in 4-5. So GP has to be the pick.
Ooh, I love this from Cloud9. Fudge GP was so good the first time around. Got them so much lane control on, and transitioning later on into the game too. So with the solo lanes locked in for both sides, we're actually going to see some Danny bans coming through here for once. Smile on Perk's face as they ban away the Tristana. No 1v9 performance this time around, my friend.
Yeah, that's a 6 ban.
And they already banned, as you said, the Tristana, so it's going to be pretty difficult for Danny. They did leave both AD carry and support, so they can go towards, let's just say, Xayah Rakan if it's a little bit more niche. Problem being is that they're so heavily outranged. You don't want to play Xayah versus LeBlanc. So it's going to be a tough call for Evil Geniuses. If their plan is to play topside, you could go Ezreal.
Yeah, I still like Ashe right now.
Yeah.
So Ashe is an option for them, but they could also go the Aphelios. We'll see which one they decide, because you've got a Twisted Fate, and if the Twisted Fate can win out on some pressure early and teleport away from mid lane, away from the LeBlanc, then that can still be a focus for you. Try and get Danny fed that way with some Twisted Fate teleports. Meanwhile, you can also use it to combine with your jungler. Extra vision and being able to join in those skirmishes, definitely a viable option. So they don't ban either of the other AD carries, as they don't have as high a priority on them, and just take out the Ignar Rakan, his iconic engaged champion, with a lot of level 1 possibilities too. I always remember, sticks in your head, the level 1s where Ignar's jumping over the back of Dragon Pit or over the back of Baron Pit. So they remove one of those as well.
It's a good call. Ultimately, it's going to be, I'm imagining, a pick here, a support pick from Cloud9. And if that's the case, you're going to get control, a counter pick on support from Evil Geniuses. I'm interested in what C9 would go here if they're willing to go 5 pick on jungle.
I mean, I kind of like well, I was going to say the either Nautilus or Leona, but Braum is the defensive option for Varus. Since they don't know the direction that Evil Geniuses are going to go, they're looking much more defensive here. Just put up the Unbreakable, no matter what it is, should be okay. Trundle as a support versus other melees can be done. I'm not the biggest of fans of it, but Pillar is also quite good versus Varus just later on in the game too.
Yeah.
And with Pillar, you can set up Twisted Fate ganks quite easily.
See what happens here. There's some flexibility potentially as well. Viego can be moved around, although obviously most preferred in the jungle. It is going to be Trundle, so someone's going somewhere else.
Yeah. And again, I would think that it is probably support Trundle, but we have still seen plenty of solo laners take Viego.
And there's Jhin. Last pick there for EG. Danny's Jhin for this third game.
A lot of utility there. Oh, there it is.
Ooh, hello.
Nocturne locked in there from Blabber. We have not seen a jungle 5 pick in memory. I literally don't remember the last time in the LCS this summer we saw jungle 5 pick. So Blabber goes back to the Nocturne that he was known for really early on in his career. And I mean, it's nice. Someone's going to get popped. Jhin, you better watch out. LeBlanc and Nocturne waiting for you mid-jungle.
And I just like it versus Twisted Fate always.
Yeah.
Turn out the lights. Yep. So try and take away that possibility from Jizuke, especially if you can gain your 2v2 mid-jungle. If you win the first duel, Nocturne LeBlanc is going to make that Twisted Fate's life hell. And it just takes away all of the point of picking this champion because you can kill it in lane with the LeBlanc if you get the early 2v2 advantage. Plus, then Nocturne is going to be able to cover ultimates. So definitely kind of locking up and focusing a lot on Jizuke for this series.
Yeah, and what I love about this draft from Cloud9 is that when game opens up, you're on side lane now, LeBlanc's going to be followed by the Nocturne. And so it doesn't really matter if it's TF following or Gnar in that lane. TP is going to be incredibly delayed because of Nocturne shutting the lights. So that's something you have to watch, think about more if you're going to be playing side lane heavy.
Definitely is one of the most scary things, trying to play the map, trying to push out side lanes versus Nocturne later on. Let's get it, though. EG are going to have to do it if they want to extend this series, if they want their hopes to continue through playoffs. Gotta put up right now.
All right, well, Jizuke's Twisted Fate and the rest of Evil Geniuses are going to try and win 3 in a row to keep their playoff run going for Cloud9. It is this win or 1 win in the next 3, and they get another shot at a win and in to the World Championship, something they could not do last summer despite being your spring champion. They once again enter this split, again, our spring champion, and now looking for the 3-0 that Fudge promised in his interview, which would definitely be a big improvement as Danny is in trouble. Braum level 1's always got to be careful, but Danny going to walk away pretty easily there.
Taking a look again at the C9 draft, both Braum and GP is going to make it pretty difficult for Gnar in later engages. Kind of reminds me of game 1 where, yeah, GP ulti, barrels, just the zone control from Braum in general makes it so while it's harder to chase down for kills, very easy if you already have the setup for you to kite back.
And I think a lot of focus is going to be around mid lane. They want Perkz to be able to play aggressively as possible with this LeBlanc. Jizuke going to try and push out, going to try and deny some of these all-ins with this gold card. But Blabber here, starting bottom side with a leash on the Nocturne, plus vision of Contract's starting spot on top side of the map. So Blabber should feel confident in doing his regular Nocturne full clear from bottom side up towards top side.
Yeah, kind of unlike the other ones. A little less activity required by the Nocturne. Definitely want to get to the ulti ASAP. Perkz, though, battling Yield Jizuke once again in mid lane as they are getting aggressive. But Kobe did tease it earlier during this or that. But be sure to check out the dive bright and early on Tuesday mornings to get the series predictions, hot takes, and Mark being unable to remember the names of people he has worked with for years.
Shame
Kobe.
Yeah, he's doing his best, okay? He said it was it's an endearing term.
It's the Moxie motto.
He was using it as yeah. All right, let's take a look at this bottom lane push, though. Danny and Ignar with the extra minions. Trying to gain early first level 2. They will do that. Vulcan doesn't want to tango with the Trundle early on.
Makes it pretty easy there for Braum just to opt into queuing, keep him slow, don't trade with the lane trundle, and you'll be very, very useful for the team later on as the Braum. For your team fight, you bring so much.
Yeah, and also just general control. If Contracts, who's been passing top to bot, ever wants to find an angle for a dive, it's going to be really difficult, but Jizuke is actually getting opened up on here.
Yeah, Perk's going for it, but Jizuke fighting back. Oh, that's Shane! So close to flashing back in for that.
Yeah, really, really small timing difference there. Perks was waiting to see if it confirmed that the chain hit first before flashing. And just that momentary hesitation to wait to make sure that his chain actually hits. That difference in flashes there. Jizuke gets out, breaks it, just barely. Trading flashes, though, is still good for the LeBlanc. Meanwhile, jungle fight over the crab.
Won by Contracts. Blabber there with Perks, but Contracts does indeed get the crab he wanted.
Yeah, and is looking for a bot side. If that didn't work out, remember, he actually didn't clear his Raptors or Krugs, aimed straight for top lane, knowing that Blabber was going to contest it, and wanted to double crab. So was able to get it off, even with Jizuke, going back to base and being forced to TP. So still a good win here from Contracts with the risk that he took.
Once again, though, Perks just in onto Jizuke, getting aggressive. Hasn't used his TP, most notably, so is just burning through the mana pool, trying to trade back to give himself the extra league when he does eventually TP back through, which he is going to do now.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see the extra value for Contracts' jungling with the double Scuttle Crab, because no option there for Blabber other than to hedge his bets. Oh, I have no camps. I guess I walk towards top. No huge deal there. But meanwhile, Contracts gets to farm up both his Raptors and his Krugs. Then he'll get off his recall and should be able to sync up afterwards. Going to be able to remain about 30 seconds basically ahead of Blabber, who can go through his second round of jungle spawns now that he was kind of forced to waste his extra 20 seconds there looking for the top side possible play.
Perks actually also hasn't TP'd, which is what I thought he was going to do. Had a Bicky delivered in magically through, so has actually hung around for a bit longer. We'll see what he eventually... Yeah.
Is that an Australian biscuit or what?
It is. It's a biscuit. That's what he's got.
Can you change it in the client to call him Bickies?
A Bicky, that'd be good.
Meanwhile, continue on your full clear path, as we said, for Nocturne. Now, something else to note, by the way, which we didn't talk about in the earlier full clear, is that he saved his red till last so that you can get your earlier respawn on Krugs, because you're focusing on your small camps to be able to get your level 6,
no
but
flash.
Jizuke walks into him.
Oh no, spell shot up as well. This looks just so simple. Perks going to try and seal the kill, and he will indeed give first blood over to Blabber.
He saw the play that was happening topside, but didn't see Blabber hitting his way, and so yeah, moment the chain locks in, but dead man.
But he just walks right into Nocturne range there. Yeah. I need to look at the setup for this, because there is already, he gets hit with the Q and the E tether is on him since they traded flashes, as we mentioned, advantageous for LeBlanc. But how do you even get close enough to the Nocturne to allow the tether to start on him? Because it's very, very punishing here. Oh, yeah, he's just aggressive with his movement. And Blabber, intelligently, on seeing him walk up off of minion vision, just goes to cut off his route. So very aggressive pathing there from Jizuke. Nice punish from Blabber on the timing. Yes, he's on Raptors, and is able to just walk into Fear Tether range because of the no flash there. Means big kill traded over. First blood bonus here for Cloud9. And top skirmish only resulted in the flash from Fudge being blown.
Yeah, and that was ultimately the play that was being set up by Evil Geniuses. If, that mistake wasn't made from Jizuke, that would have just been a flash down from Fudge. They could have doubled back towards top lane on either a stacking wave, or even if they wanted to dive when TF Ultimate was available.
It is the main thing that we caution against in Champ Select, though, is, if the mid jungle for Cloud9 starts to get this advantage, it snowballs. It snowballs really hard for LeBlanc and Nocturne. Jizuke's having a hard time now. He's got Rush on his Merc Treads to try and deal with the harassment from Perks and reduce the duration of chains when they do land. But you see how cautiously he has to play. He has to, call both jungle and support to get his vision retain here around mid, giving up some minions there as you see them dying out to the extra range from Perks. Good job there from Perks, just kind of holding the wave. The cannon is going to get carded, so at least he can get that, but he's going to continue to lose out on minions as Perks holds it and just builds this slow push.
Yeah, and this is just really rough to play against for Dazuke, right? He wants to leave the lane, he's got his ulti, but Perks is going to keep him here for as long as he can, building up the wave, and ulti's also available for the junglers, so Blabber can get things going with the Nocturne Paranoia as well.
Yeah, and one thing that's been great from C9, not right now though, they're getting cut out.
Good flash ulti there for Sven getting out of dodge. Vulcan putting up the door and Danny returning some fire, but everyone's going to be A-okay. Nice attempt for contracts.
Meanwhile, there's a Gnar very deep here.
I found Blabber. He's top lane. Nice ulti for Impact. Has to use it early, but Blabber already in. Oh, the flash was not far enough. And now the GP ult's coming in. Blabber does not spell shield the incoming wallop, though, and Impact does get away.
Hey, still got flash, and so that's going to be at least flash for flash topside, with Fudges coming up a little earlier. But all in all, I mean, C9 doesn't lose too much. They did lose flash on Sven, but main point being, just before that play happened, one great thing about Cloud9 is the fact that Vulcan is always on the wave mid lane to help out Perks. Either, of course, to like get his wave in, standard, or if they're looking for a Dazuke desperation moment, I need to get my wave in, I'm in a really bad spot, I'm losing my minions. Well, if you want to commit to that, well, you're committing to a 3v3 fight.
Meanwhile, jungle invade here, still in fog of war there for a second. Contracts finally shows himself. This is done without mid pressure though. Remember, Dazuke's been bleeding mid pressure because Perks with the early lead on LeBlanc is able to come cover Blabber. I want to go back to that top lane gank though, because Blabber, he did not spell shield the ultimate or the stun from Gnar afterwards, and did not early flash to keep his tether up. I think any of those, and he's able to actually find that kill with a little bit more commitment. But they did burn the impact flash, so no Gnar flash.
He kind of gets the most with the lowest investment, so perhaps it's just looking for a re-up on the ulti, which is cool enough. We'll be back in a few moments. TP back though for Impact here in top lane, feeling like he wants to keep pressuring Fudge if he can, and Cloud9 will take that as a cue as the map resets to go ahead and take Dragon, as Perks is starting to not get super far ahead in the 1v1, but his individual pressure is extremely high.
You could say that again. Dazuke, though, again, with the Merc Treads rush, does have the extra tenacity, more defense there as well with the No Magic Mandel magic resistance. And this is going to be an interesting couple minutes here because Cloud9 have a lot of incentive and an easy way to kill Impact on top side if they roam Perks, if Blabber uses his next Paranoia up there. But EG could cross-map it with the first Twisted Fate ultimate from Dazuke, since Sven has no flash there on the Varus and bottom side. And they could easily try and get that answer this way. Contracts, though, will just pop this tower. Rift-Trailed means it's guaranteed.
Yeah, there we go. Finally, that being done. And they needed to do something. Right now, Impact is theoretically the only winning lane for Evil Geniuses. Sven and Vulcan have been doing a great job bot side with the limited resources they've had. Also, First Dragon going on to Cloud9. Mid's been doing a great job for Perks. So it's not going to mean too much here for Perks, or at least that Trundle Pillar. But something needs to be done from Evil Geniuses, so that first turret going down could snowball towards, you know, more pressure on the top side of the map, more deeper wards into the red side jungle.
And it certainly could be more threatening because you're facing a Twisted Fate. So while you haven't seen anything even remotely threatening from Dazuke so far in this game, you do have the first ulti.
And again in top lane, no stride breaker done. GP ulti down, and Impact is now locked up forever. It's Blabber grabbing kill number 2.
That's the top lane play for Cloud9 that we talked about. The bottom side response could be there from EG as well. If we see the mid lane, no Twisted Fate coming down, so just the 3v2.
Yeah, ulti out of Vulcan does keep them out. Oh, that route was real nice from Sven. Ulti latches onto 2, but they cannot get a counter kill.
They just can't get past Vulcan. I mean, he didn't really need to expend any summoners there. Just throw up that big old wall, and they can't get past him to hit Sven.
Excuse me?
Oh, no.
That chain. Found the hitbox there as Dazuke at least trades back nicely.
So I guess the adverse effect of that longer lane happening topside is that now Nocturne can dive you further away from the turret. So that's one thing that Gnar has to be aware of.
Yeah, and he knew he had to play cautiously because Impact, without the flash, as we mentioned, is the juicy target. Meanwhile, Dazuke finally wins out on some sustained wards towards mid, so gets to push this wave into the tower, and Contracts has to get out of there.
2 stacks, not enough to proc the Braum passive, so Contracts is going to be a-okay. Still no Mythic done for Perks is the thing I was trying to check on. Does have the Merc Treads now as well, so still building up a little bit of money, but keeping the CS nice and respectable.
That's a pretty large advantage from Blabber. Blabber's tried multiple times either trying to get a steal on an enemy red or in that instance on blue side. Well, Blabber's been just efficiently farming, has a 2-level advantage. That's a huge gold kind of sink there that you're seeing from Contracts this game. So not only just talking about the benefits that Perks and Sven and Vulcan have had this one, but also Blabber not just getting those kills topside, but farming efficiently.
Also worth mentioning that as the game goes on, Cloud9 are going to have a lot of map pressure with their side lane threat of Gangplank and LeBlanc and the Nocturne hovering between. So Blabber getting fed is a very big deal. Both of the kills on him on the jungler fund the early stride breaker here for him, and you can punish multiple, EG, side waves by even just remaining invisible and not revealing yourself. They have to play more cautiously.
And he's at it again, right? Blabber has the ulti back. He's, of course, got the stride breaker back and ready to go. He's level 10, getting pretty rapidly towards that rank 2 ultimate that'll grab at 11. And it's the kind of the duo of Perks and Blabber, the threat they have, whether it's, Perks roaming to his jungler to try and help out, or Blabber ganking one of those lanes. You said it, Kobe. Blabber is an extremely large threat at this point of the game. And I think they've done such a good job of stifling the Twisted Fate, right? Because the one thing you don't want Twisted Fate to do is do exactly what Blabber's doing to EG.
Yeah, a success for Jizuke would have looked like a bottom lane play trying to kill Aphelios, but they have been unable to do so, and now...
Just so brutal. Blabber straight onto Ignar, but Trundle's going to be A-okay. Pops the ulti, though, but he will be safe.
And that's going to have to be Ignar basing now, no sums, and this dragon should go towards Cloud9.
Contracts on the Perks, but Blabber's here again. I mean, there's always never one without the other between these two.
Again, Contracts is kind of hovering Jizuke by going for that 2v1 harassment.
It's an expensive red buff. There's Twisted Fate again. Fudge going to be stunned up, exhausted, and that will be a kill. And it is Jizuke that's going to grab it. No impact with the crunch. Finishes off Fudge.
Oh, we finally see it. A Twisted Fate ultimate has been used. Meanwhile, Perks is...
That's such a nice pillar.
What?
And Perks is just trapped, like nowhere to go. Danny's just going to take him out. Contracts is waiting on the distortion, so that's an easy one for EG.
Maybe they expected Evil Geniuses to contest, but they not only got a free kill topside, Perks holding on mid lane wave. We didn't get to see the very beginning of it, but Contracts already had him, and now this is Evil Genius.
Double teleport.
They don't have any ultis, but it is the TPs. Yep. EG coming through. Vulcan going to be the target. Impact there, ready with the ulti. Cloud9, why'd you wait around the dragon? EG going to shut it all down. Contracts grabs one. It's Feng with the counter kills. Fudge is coming through. He's TP'd in, but Contracts just locks him up forever and grabs himself the kill. Fudge going to dance around a little bit longer, but Danny takes down Sven. Contracts takes out GP, and EG have found new life in this game.
Two very crucial picks there from Evil Geniuses heading up topside. Jizuke is able to get the first one, and then mid lane, Perks going down just as Dragon was being taken by Blabber, gives that one opportunity for Evil Geniuses.
And you can see it right before it starts to happen. The storm brewing here, because yes, they get the kill on topside, and both those solo laners have teleport, my friend.
True.
So your eyes are on the teleport cooldown tracking there. Very dangerous to fight around out in the open in the river by Dragon. They commit the cardinal sin, not tracking those teleport timers after losing both their own solo laners. Perks, the extra Raptor picked up here by Evil Geniuses in preparation for this dragon. They did not plan on that one, and that's kind of where all of the plans start to go awry. Because here, we're calling for double teleport. It's interesting that they only use one from EG initially, because Jizuke actually starts recalling for a base here. Wonder he must have a big purchase that he's going for. Impact gets there first. They kill off Vulcan. Contracts does turn it into Braum, but Fudge on arrival, they are able to have enough burst damage there with Sven to finish off that kill. Least getting one for themselves, and they're back at it.
Oh, goodness. Ignar picked off an easy target there for Blabber with the rank 2 ulti.
Yeah, there's no reason for you to be that far up while your AD carry is picking up the wave so deep. So, we obviously didn't get to see the context. Maybe he wanted to just get any vision down to see if Rift Herald is being started, but starting off with a death.
Context is, I'm a little Trundle, support Trundle. I don't have any defensive stats. All I can do is walk around And he wanted to do his job getting vision, my friend. Guess what? Too bad. Support Trundle is a juicy target. They instantly kill him. That means Rift Rail number 2. And Cloud9, they've got a pretty big deficit to clean up here. 2.6k FTX gold advantage currently for Evil Geniuses. And they have been able to utilize it well up until this point. This Rift Rail actually won't kill the turret, just soften it up.
It's funny, because I was about to say, you know what? In the last game, we saw EG make a couple mistakes, and Cloud9 just bust straight through, where even though EG were 5k up. And it kind of felt like EG were doing that to Cloud9 with the lead that Blabber had, and then as soon as we come out of the replay, Ignite gives one away to Blabber. So definitely still a lot to play for in this game, but EG is staying aggressive, but Blabber's at it again. Challenging Smite down, no force there as Impact does flash away, but they keep the tower alive.
Now it's pretty costly from Cloud9, not just the Blabber ultimate, Fudge as well, and they really couldn't get anything off of that one, couldn't stick on top of Impact, so should be really happy here if you're a fan of Evil Geniuses after that play.
I think one of the changes that Evil Genius has made that is admirable for this game is the adjustment for contracts to give a bit more attention to Impact's lane. Last time around, GP was a problem, got a big CS lead, but he invested, well, topside play.
Oh, Chain CC not quite landing. Contracts a little late, but Perkz is forced to flash away.
He's playing around with him.
Yeah, not going to last too much longer here, but Vulcan is up to reinforce, 2v2 right now. But Perkz doesn't want to continue. He's going to look for the chain, finds it, but gets himself stunned on the back end, so does have to distort back to safety. Cloud9 were reinforcing, but so were EG, and looks like the play will dissipate.
The legendary battle over the Krugs. In the end, Perkz does get the last few babies there, but it means Evil Geniuses will push in on a mid turret, and that one should be finished off. Oh, not going to be able to commit to it, because they are worried about possible LeBlanc flank teleport.
Going to be the target, but Gale forces out of there. Sven let the ulti rip, though, trying to find a pick, but did not nab it. Blabber ready with the ulti back up, though. If they can find an angle, Cloud9 maybe can stop the assault, but EG will cancel the TP as Impact takes it out, but it's all the baits. Blabber going into the bottom side is going to take him out alongside Fudge, who grabs the kill.
This is the most chaotic, like, last minute now. The TP on a turret that was dying there for Perkz, now he's TP-less. And of course, Gnar still dying in that situation with the Nocturne ultimate. Dragon's coming up in 55 seconds, so 23-second death timer for Impact. They should be there to contest it, but they will be late for it.
Yeah, setup is kind of critical in these. You see top side and bottom side, these minion waves for Cloud9 shoved into the turrets, and they're just losing value on the side of EG. So some gold, some experience, dying to both turrets in the aftermath there. They have been able to push it out, but it's a small step to the giant gold advantage that EG got off of these early plays, and they'll be able to reset themselves. There is teleport coming out shortly for Jizuke. Impact uses his back down to the bottom side, so he's there in preparation, and they just have to wait on the Twisted Fate. Jizuke goes back to base once again. Guess what? That's Rapid Fire and Everfrost. He's ready to pick someone off.
Oh, but Blabber's also ready, and he gets the kill onto Impact again. Blabber has just, like, he's on pace to break the Archie at this point. He ults so often in this game.
Oh, hail the Blabberfish. He is taking names this game for Cloud9. They're still 2k behind, though, and it means EG can get the mid tower in addition to transitioning control right back. Impact doesn't have teleport when he arrives, but 20 seconds.
Blabber at it again. It's Contracts now that's going to have to ulti out to safety. Brawn passive will not proc. But the ulti is real nice on the other end. That's going to force Jizuke's flash, but the chain is there. Danny, the target, is going to have to flash out of there as Ven once again whiffs the ulti, but Cloud9 just will not stop.
Yeah, just remember, Evil Geniuses are a man down. I was confused initially why Impact and Contracts were pushing in so deep when they were playing through mid. They had 3 members through mid lane. I would imagine that they were trying to get vision through that area, but Impact goes down. Now Cloud9 has autonomy in the area.
Yeah, this is how Cloud9 wants to play the map, spreading out with their side waves push first so they can make their own advantages, as Sven does have to flash away from the EG mid push, make their own advantages with the threat of LeBlanc and Nocturne collapsing on anybody. And Fudge, all he has to do is throw the gangplank slow on someone, and if you have range for either Perkz or Blabber, that is a pick. So Evil Geniuses is one thing they do have to worry about, as they do continually see their gold advantage shrinking a little bit away.
And I see Blabber with a finished item and ulti off cooldown. I don't think that's going to last very long, as Blabber is lining it up once again. EG are going to roam into Cloud9's jungle. Vulcan is like tiptoeing by. They're going to take out this control ward. Ignar's in the area. The rest of EG, though, looking to try and reinforce, but there is no assault coming.
And, I mean, he's pretty much the saving grace right now of the mid game. Blabber, it is. You know, Sterix and at least the Mythic, I mean, that right now Blabber has. Stridebreaker, there we go.
I like Stormbreaker, that's
a
tight.
good name. But overall, it's like really crucial for his sticking power. If he were to dive on towards Danny, who doesn't have any sums, by the way, so it's going to be difficult for Evil Geniuses to play. They need to be able to play through the vision that they already have.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why Nocturne usually has success as a later draft pick when you want to pick it into teams that have low mobility carries. You know, neither Jhin nor Twisted Fate have escapes built into their kit, so they have to rely on flashes, and it's even better when the enemy support also doesn't have one built into their kit, and Trundle has to just walk around, so there are a lot of targets for him to pick off, and that's why you have this magnifying glass on the mini-map. That tower going down on the bottom side finally for Cloud9 really opens it up. This one in mid is basically down. There's a blow on it, and that thing will topple over, and then you really get to see where they can actually mine their advantages as Perkz starts to fish around, and this LeBlanc is getting scary. Currently still only 2 stacks on the Dark Seal. Definitely was able to stack up last time quite effectively last time around, but already having that big impact.
It's kind of telling, though, given that EG have still held this FTX gold advantage for a while. Still up 2K, right? And it just feels like Cloud9 are winning. The impact that Blabber is having is very impressive. The fact that Perkz has been on form and is now playing in the silence. Like, Cloud9 know what to do from this spot. This lead is not big enough where EG can just hit him with the wall and win that way.
Yeah. It's very fair, especially since they are dragon stacking right now. But Evil Geniuses are doing a good job playing towards an inevitable fight mid. That's a lot of damage on Fudge here. Could be the go signal.
Yeah, big advantage for EG will come from managing this rage bar for impact and forcing that 5-on-5 with a teleport in from Jizuke. The Twisted Fate ultimate, by the way, was used just to transition him down to the bottom lane to deal with the split push, so won't have it up for a mid collapse anytime soon. And I think EG are still in, well, now it's a little bit more dangerous.
Danny is just such an easy target, but Impact with a heroic ultimate is going to push him out of the way, but Cloud9 is trying to fight to the front line instead. It is Ignar deleted, it is Impact erased, it is Cloud9 with a 2-0 team fight win.
And you know what that means? Baron control. 2 important frontline members down for the side of Evil Geniuses. No more face-checking champions for them. They have to wait on the cooldown for Twisted Fate to come up. Contract's trying to pull the wave so that the mid tower won't get killed, but Cloud9 go back, they get the wave, and they get Sven that money.
Yeah, they're happy with what they have here, but TP coming through from Cloud9.
It's Perkz. Oh! Contracts! Does get himself out of there. He zips around, but Perkz is still chasing, looking for the chains, will not hit it, but that flash just feels bad, man.
He threw that one away. I don't need my flash. I use my ultimate to get away. Ha-ha! Yeah, honestly, though, it is a flash traded for teleport. You know, the cooldown for ultimate, not too long for contracts, ends up living anyway. Instead of immediately rushing towards top side, towards that Baron, though, they get the mid tower. They get the extra gold. It's a good pick here from Cloud9. Again, splitting the map, all you need is the Gangplank ultimate plus the Nocturne and LeBlanc to close the distance. Sven and Vulcan also are able to push up to ensure that they get the extra kill here. Impact down, frontline down means Cloud9. They just chip away at that gold weed, and guess what? It's just gone poof. It was 2.5K not moments ago.
And we're at it again. Blabber is hitting the ulti button every chance he gets. It's Contracts that is the target. Does get feared up, but will not pull. Where's the counterplay here? It's nothing. It's Danny just being deleted. He evaporates in the thin air as Cloud9 are now on the run as EG will look for the counterplay, but Fudge is TP'd in. It's Impact with nothing. He gets a 2-man ultimate. He's barely going to live through the rest of this. The GP ult's perfect. It's a double death for Sven with 1 arrow. William tells 2 champions out of Evil Geniuses.
The patience from Cloud9 holding resources, playing around the Narbar, and Fudge holding ulti for the perfect time. Sniped there from Sven, and this seems like just coffin being locked here from Evil Geniuses.
Pick after pick after pick for Cloud9. Nocturne ultimate button. That R is getting a lot of work. Pastry time again and again. Cloud9 find the pick. This one results in the Baron for them. Finally, they can get their Baron empowered recalls and still get back out to that Infernal Dragon, setting them to soul point. Perks goes in, he gets the initial chunk. It's just so easy to chase any member of EG down these long lanes. And then I'm shouting for Impact because, you know, he's coming in on over 50% rage bar, but it doesn't matter because Jhin is already down. They already got the kill onto Danny. Cloud9 finished their job, and so then when Impact finally does go in, even though he can transform into Mega Gnar, he's just focus fire. The rest of the threat from EG is already out, and so they're just kind of straggling in, as you mentioned previously, trying to cut your losses in a scenario like this. That is textbook sunk cost fallacy. Your Jhin is already dead, so you have to pull back, but they wanted to force it through there because he had the rage bar, because they had the positioning, and they end up giving so much more.
They've been definitely slipping since that first time Nocturne ultied straight through mid. And a lot of that started from, you know, Jizuke and Contracts being on side lane in vision. So they see them, immediately go straight for it. This time, Cloud9 just feels strong, period. So they're pretty confident they're always going to get the follow through, and Fudge will always be there with TP. So previous play, now doubling down on that. Let's see if another fight starts.
All right, it's Vulcan. Puts up the Unbreakable, lives for quite a while though, and the poke is still strong. Nice ult onto Contracts, and now he's caught completely out of position. Does have to ulti out to safety. Will do so. Vulcan getting low, but dodging the wild cards as they will now retreat. Fudge in the front line, gonna ulti. He's just going in. Whoa! Just popping the button. He's straight breakers onto everyone, and they don't have any follow-up, but Fudge somehow threads the needle, finds a bullet in the brain of the enemy TF, as Sven grabs another as well.
I mean, it's just the same game over again.
What is happening?
The arrows keep flying. Impact's gonna go for a re-engagement. That's ill-advised.
And now Perks all the way around onto Impact. Sven gets another kill. He's dominating. They're dabbing the Penguins out in the front of the base. As Fudge is going back in looking for the barrel, does flash in there for the Q as Perks with the Q of his own almost fells Ignar, and he's just not stopping. Danny gets deleted. Perks is not done. He just keeps on going. He's literally taking the tower until he dies.
C9 is just playing with their food and playing with their range there. The fact that the GP barrel hit 2 set up for Sven, and it's just snowballing here now with a huge deficit coming in there for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, the important things that Cloud9 have been focusing in this series, the side lane control, the pick potential. So when they transition to these mid games, yes, they're using Nocturne, and Blabber has been the star this time around, but a lot of it comes back to how they are trying to play this game in playing the entire map and utilize the extra range that they do have with the Gangplank barrels and with the Varus. Sven, while he is not the star, is constantly throwing these arrows over the back, is constantly firing from a safe position, and then the rest of the members of Cloud9, they pull through here, they collapse, they finish up all of these picks, these dives, and Blabber's even allowed to just dive into the tower here on the re-engage. Once the Gangplank ultimate goes down, Fudge sets up the barrels, and you see this other barrel come through, boom. He's able to blow up the extra kill. Blabber survives with his Sterix shield, and Cloud9, with this Baron buff too, they feels like they're just sitting on this series. Perks even comes down from his split push duties for a quick second here to pick up the extra kill.
It's just insane, of course, being able to hit that one. Yeah, and then Perks over chases. It happens. It happens. But it's...
Are you kidding me? He needed to send a message. Danny down.
Yeah, it's rough out there, unfortunately, for the EG side. Again, it's their last game of the season, potentially. No Worlds for them, no LCS left to play if they lose here. And Cloud9 are looking on the precipice of the 3-0 here to meet their maker at the end of it all for the winner of tomorrow's series.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Geniuses for the past 3 minutes have been scrambling, trying to figure out, find a play. And it's always started with the Twisted Fate W, so like, that's usually how you want to be able to play it, but C9 has just done so well playing with the minion wave, top lane wave coming in. Someone needs to be able to deal with that as they're hitting the bot lane inhibitor.
Oh, and that's the ulti. Sven misses, but GP does not blow, but cannot miss. Gets himself exhausted, but he's just tanking everything in the front line. Not enough, though! Impact finds 4 with the Gnar ulti. Nasty, and somehow that does not save the fight. The Guardian Angel out of Blabber keeps C9 chugging along, and Danny desperately peppering bullets into the front of Cloud9, but the Nexus is crumbling as Jizuke TP flanks his own base to try and keep the game going, but Cloud9 are too far ahead, are too strong, are too powerful today for nothing than the 3-0 that Fudge promised, as EG desperate to defend their Nexus, but it is nothing but ruin. Cloud9 are gonna find their sweep.
All right, Cloud9, I see you. Step number 1 complete here. Lower bracket run going quite well. 3-0, now they will await either TSM or Immortals. Whoever wins that one for the next matchup to continue their run through the lower brackets. Pretty quick stuff here. Everybody expecting some more out of Evil Geniuses after the heroics that they put up and after Danny's big pentakill play in the previous series, but Cloud9 mean business.
It's the teams rising up in playoff time. And that's out of the bracket with the bracket of demons. You got C9, TL, TSM, and the fact that C9 is starting to get things together. And it took for them to be bounced into the lower bracket, make that run, and find, honestly, like, rhythm, playing through support and jungle. I think Blabber had an excellent series, by the way, and a lot of it has been playing around their mid lane, playing around perks.
Who performs when the pressure is on? That is what matters here. This is playoffs, baby.
Yeah, the only game you need to win are the last ones, right in the finals, preferably, as Cloud9 will push themselves one series closer to a repeat of the finals this year, to a world spot that they did not collect in 2020. It would be like an unbelievable tragedy for a team this good that won Spring again, that bought perks of all players into this year, aiming for international, to not make Worlds for a second year in a row.
Yeah.
And that is a history that Cloud9 are trying to reverse.
Spring champions, Blabber MVP. Like, from Cloud9, there's a lot to lose.
I've heard this story before.
There you go. The same could be said for TSM. Of course, on the other side of the bracket, not only having to take down Immortals, if that were to happen, right? A lot of people still...
Sword Art was pretty pricey, too.
Yeah,
We're talking about price tags.
There we go. And so now we're in a situation where 2 juggernauts are in the lower bracket, fighting for Worlds. And fighting for Worlds and an opportunity to fight for the LCS Championship.
Definitely a big one here for Cloud9. Right back to prep immediately, though, because they get to watch the entire TSM Immortals series before going into it. I feel like it's probably a relaxing feeling to finish this one up quick and get right back onto focusing on the next step.
Yeah, I think that it's really good from Cloud9 that I think from the strategy that they've showed today, I think their drafts were pretty standard throughout. They didn't really change much. Maybe you can take away the fact that GP is something you might want to bench for Fudge with how he was able to perform. But this is just Cloud9 play that was superior. Even when they fell behind in Game 2, they came in clutch through Perks' picks, getting back into this one. I'm looking forward to the next series.
All right, with that, we are going to wrap things up as we do have Dash standing by with Blabber.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Joined by Blabber after a very dominant 3-0 victory to push themselves into the next round of the lower bracket. But this is 2 back-to-back 3-0s now after being knocked to the lower bracket. What's gotten into you guys? Well, what changed in the last couple of weeks that you've rebounded in such a manner?
I feel like TL are just a lot better than people thought of because they didn't have the full roster throughout the split, right? I think, like, I know we didn't play great in our series, but I also thought they played really well.
Okay.
And I still think, like, we're a super strong team. I just think they showed up better on the day. And I think we are bouncing back, and hopefully we win the next couple of best of 5s.
Bounce back, I'd say, is already well in swing. But talking about this series in particular, game number 3, walk me through it. Got pretty chaotic. With you guys getting an early lead, then we saw 5 kills go the other way, kind of around that dragon in about a 60-second span. It looked like maybe it was getting a little hairy. You on the Nocturne. Just walk me through the game.
Yeah, so early game didn't go super great, I believe. I think I got, like, a kill on Impact early, but afterwards we kind of didn't really do anything, it felt like. And we were kind of waiting for us to make picks on side, and I think particularly Impact, was really disrespecting my pick. By the way he was playing on side lane, and we were able to kind of catch him off, and that's kind of how we got back in the game. And with our champs, like, we're actually really scaling. Like, Varus LeBlanc are super turbo scaling champs right now, so
Don't forget that GP.
Yeah, and GP, of course. So we definitely weren't worried at any point in the game.
All right, cool. From there, let's talk about aspirations for the squad. Obviously, we want to win the LCS. Obviously, we want Worlds. You guys are the defending champions, and you talked about that TL series maybe catching you off guard a little bit. Given the strength of that team, 100 Thieves, who's already qualified through, and your possible opponents of either TSM or Immortals playing tomorrow, who do you see as the real threats? Is TL the team to beat right now?
I think TL are probably the best team in the league. I would say it's not that close between TL and the other teams. I think obviously we can beat them, but I think TL are for sure really strong. We have to play a best of 5 versus IMT and TSM after tomorrow, so hopefully we're able to win against them, but I think we're really confident against any team right now.
I'm going to get your thoughts on those possible opponents in just a moment, but I want to press you a little bit more on the Team Liquid front. What is it about their play right now that impresses you so much? You talked about Santorin rejoining and finally kind of, coming into their own, but what is it about their play that maybe caught you off guard, makes them such a stellar team?
I don't know if they caught us off guard, but I definitely think they're just playing really well in all their lanes. I think they're laning really well. I think Santorin's playing really well around their lanes, and I think in general they have really good shifts with support roams, and I think in general they're just playing good as a team, and they're just kind of online.
All right, possible opponents, though, before you get to take on someone like 100 Thieves or TL is Immortals and TSM. So thoughts ahead of their matchup tomorrow and how you guys will look facing up against either of them?
I actually think a lot of people think the series will be very one-sided, but I actually think it's going to be very close, and I think IMT can even potentially win. So I wouldn't rule them out at all. I think we're preparing for both. We think we can play either one of them. So we'll definitely watch it tomorrow and prepare for a match on Sunday.
I mean, if this postseason has taught us anything, is that assumptions should be thrown out the window. Blabber, congratulations on a very dominant 3-0 today, and thank you for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. You can step off this way. We're going to be welcoming Jizuke onto the stage. Jizuke, thank you so much for taking a moment to talk to me. Obviously, the series didn't go the way you wanted to today, but I just want to check in with you real quick. This has been one of the most exciting teams to watch all split long. Last week, you gave us the best 5-game series we have seen in the postseason so far. For yourself as an individual, as you take all of this in, where are you at right now?
Just emptiness, I will call it. To me, I know I gave my heart out in this split, especially, and I know my team tried their best as well. And there was a lot to overcome this year, right? For myself at least, going from last split, last year with the benching and stuff. Then I play spring split. To me, I'm thinking I'm playing good, but then co-streamers and everything are just flaming me to that. So I came to summer and I just wanted to gave it my all, and I did. I don't have any energy left. I just dropped it on the stage, and sadly we couldn't win, and our journey ends here.
Well, let me thank you for that. Let me just acknowledge and thank you and appreciate you for the journey that you've been on. I know it cannot be hard in a pro player's position to take the criticism from every angle, right? From social media to co-streamers, pro players, analysts, casters alike. I know it cannot be easy while you and the rest of your team are doing what you think is best throughout the year. But I want to dive into a little bit more of some of those personal goals. While maybe the season didn't eclipse in the way you wanted to, you talk about the resurgence of Jizuke and how maybe some people were willing to say that narrative's behind us, but you're here to say, no, it's only just beginning. Do you feel like, as an individual, from spring to summer, you showed people a lot of what you wanted to in the face of the criticism that they threw your way?
I mean, for sure. Thinking about it, summer started with that 0-3 week, and then all 80s on us. Shit, we are bringing Danny as well. How can we swap like this? Then I'm getting hated because I entered 1 time or 2 times. And I mean, to me, that hurts. All those words always hurt, right, as a pro. But you just know that you have to filter everything out and do your job, right? And to me, it's not like I slowed down after the first week. I just doubled down,
Yeah.
I just doubled down and just did what I think is the perfect way I can play, and just play like that. And to me, I know my fans will always be there, and I know my haters will always be there. and I guess it's just up to me. If I win, I will be praised. Maybe the others or like the people that hate me won't really praise me. They will just say, I won, it was lucky. And then if I lose, they will sabotage my name. But it's like, as a pro, you can just perform, right? And that's all you can do. And this time we will still be a fan of.
I don't think anybody can look at the run that you guys made this summer and call it in any form, way, shape, or form, luck. You guys put up quite the performance. I just want to ask you one more question. That is how you reflect on the teammates, the organization, and the fans around you. Again, this was such a statement year, I think, for Evil Genius as an organization here in League of Legends. We got a hot new rookie like Danny stepping up onto the plate. We've got veterans like yourself, Impact, Sven Skaren, surging back on to put on a show. So just as you reflect holistically on the experience, maybe less so the result, any words you want to share about your team, the people around you over these last 12 months of journey?
Yeah, even if it feels really bittersweet, this ending that we approached is. Still, I'm glad that I met these people from spring and now summer, and I got to share with them 8 months, and just. Happens, we tried really our best, and this time didn't work out.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah. Head up. I know it's hard. You gave us all quite a show this week, so thank you, Jizuke, for taking the time. And with that, we are going to throw to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it'll be the analyst desk alongside Fudge to break down the rest of the day. Thank you.
Can't believe that Daniel deal you got me on my insurance.
Daniel, State Farm offers surprisingly great rates to everyone.
Sure you do. You want to meet the queen?
I'm not dressed for that. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
to the LCS here at the State Farm Analyst Desk. Another C9 3-0 as they make their way through the lower bracket, and we are joined by C9's top laner, Fudge. I know that you already predicted it in your interview earlier with Dash that this was going to be a 3-0. Did you fully believe that as it was happening?
I had my doubts, but also I thought we were playing a lot better in scrims recently. And I also thought our draft prep coming into today, I was really confident with like the drafts we were going into, and I think they showed, obviously. So I'm pretty happy about like the result, and I would definitely say I wasn't insanely confident that we would 3-0, but I'm really happy that we did now.
Cool. So over the course of this whole split, people have been expecting C9 to come online, right? People were like, oh, coming out of Iceland, you guys played the top teams, and you come back and smash everyone. And then it was coming to playoffs. We expect you guys to be online. It feels like now, maybe you guys are finally online. What do you think has changed recently?
I would say we make more use of practice recently. And I would say it's the same for most teams, but I think we're a lot better when the games are very slow. I think we're obviously like we have perks with Sven, we have like very like experienced players. So I feel like whenever the games are slow like this and we just outscale them, it feels very easy to win the game. Especially with like the champions we were playing against theirs. I didn't really feel like there was any pressure on us to like do anything in all of the games. And it feels like whenever we play, like whenever it gets to the end of the season, the games are always like this. It's very slow, methodical, and I don't know if that's like a good or a bad thing. It might just be people playing scared, but it's also like the nature of the champions people are playing. People are playing usually pretty scaling champions, so yeah.
Were you expecting kind of the topside priority that ended up happening in some of these games? And was that something you'd prepared for?
I mean, obviously I expected to pick top lane, like, I wouldn't say it's like insanely high prior on top lane, like in draft perspective, but I do think that like top lane was very important in this series in terms of like what happened in early game, because basically the only way of snowballing was around top lane. It felt like this this series, because of some of the champions and also because of like how the game was being played. And I do think that there were a couple of games where we made pretty bad mistakes, especially me. And I do think Impact actually played pretty well in terms of like he was slow pushing waves a lot, and he was denying me a lot of like CS in mid game, which not many top laners do in NA at least. And it felt like it's not something I'm used to playing against. Even though I know it's possible, I'm just like permanently pushing waves, and he's permanently slow pushing them, and I'm slowly going down CS. And I think he actually played really well in that aspect.
Okay, cool.
So your trajectory as a player has been really interesting because you came into the team, you were new, and you were sort of serving a different role in the team, playing weak side, playing tanks. But now you've emerged into arguably the best performing player this split for the team. I'm curious, how has your growth as a player affected the dynamic and how you guys try to intentionally play as a team?
I think when it comes to how we played back in Lock-in and Spring, it was definitely very bot side focused and mid focused. I don't think that we necessarily never play around bot now, but I do think that Blabber looks for a lot of top ganks, and especially even in this series, he was looking for a lot of top players. Some of them didn't go as well, but I do think that there are many times where he played really well around top. And I think that we sort of just got more confidence, especially after MSI, to play around top. And I do think that the champions in the meta are a lot better in terms of carries now than like Sion and Gragas back in the good old Spring days.
In looking at going to face EG specifically, you kind of already touched on this, but they are a team that when they do get leads, they sometimes tend to have a very volatile mid-game where they'll be picking fights that aren't necessarily advantageous for them. One thing I noticed that you guys had kind of had some shaky instances of in Summer was being able to come from behind a deficit. And I thought you did that really, really well today. So what changed from regular season to now?
I would say it's mostly scrim practice.
Okay.
I would say that we learned how to play from behind because I would say a lot of the time in Spring, we would like FF games whenever we were behind in scrims, especially when it was like, I mean, obviously some teams still do it, but it feels like in playoffs now, people tend to just play out games even when they're behind. And it's not like we would just FF as soon as we're like down 1K gold. It would obviously be like, it feels like every single lane is losing, we're getting outscaled, stuff like that. But even now, we still try to play, and we sort of try to just outplay them. And a lot of the time, people mess up, and obviously EG messes up, we mess up. and every team in NA will mess up. Even teams internationally mess up, right? So we just sort of just have the mentality to make the enemy team play perfectly, even if they're ahead. And we sort of got better at playing from behind that way.
Okay, cool.
Cool. So with the increased focus on top lane and your sort of ascendancy as a player, I'm curious to know, has your role as a communicator within the team changed more? So for example, are you calling for more ganks or making more calls? Sort of how's your role evolved?
I would definitely say that in summer, I called a lot more for slow pushes, dives, defenses, like what I want to do in the next couple waves, stuff like this. I think I got a lot better at communicating that. And I think it's very, very important. I think a lot of teams, especially TL, I think play around it really, really well. Like when it comes to like Alfari, whenever he slow pushes a wave, they're always looking to do something with it. Whenever like the wave's bouncing, they're always trying to look to do something with it. And I think it's important that, I feel like it actually sort of elevated like how NA plays, like where everyone's sort of playing around this a lot more. And because obviously if you don't, you'll just get dove, you'll just get really far behind. So it feels like, especially around top lane, it feels like every single like player is just calling for every slow push. Everyone's always looking for a dive. It feels like every single game there's a dive in top lane. So it's kind of weird, but I mean, it's definitely improved since spring.
Nice.
And then obviously we already saw your most improved player interview, but I just wanted to ask from when you came to NA, so not even when you joined the C9 LCS team, but just generally from when you came to NA, what do you think you have learned the most as a player since then?
I would say it's mainly about the bigger picture. Because back when I was still in OC, all I cared about was 1v1. And that doesn't really work against good teams. And I sort of realized that, especially when I joined LCS team and I played lock-in, where I was playing against 100 Thieves, I think did it really well in TL, where they would play around top really, really well compared to especially academy teams and OC teams, obviously. So you sort of just have to learn to play. You have to learn the game from a holistic perspective, right?
Yeah.
And that's something you have to sort of play in LCS to do, I think. It's very hard to do it from academy team, in my opinion, just because you don't get punished. And it's really hard. It's just harder to learn when you don't get punished or when you're always like winning or getting away with stuff. It's very hard to like see the mistakes as well. So yeah, I think it was mainly just playing in LCS and learning the holistic like game.
Yeah, I mean, that FTX Most Improved Player is very well deserved, especially with so many people crediting you as a stable force on C9 throughout summer. I do want to bring the attention to one of your teammates, though, because it is Perks that earned Player of the Series here against EG. We hear so much about what he offers in playoffs. You've been through a few now. Can you tell me about the role that he is playing on the Rift, especially when you are in these games where you're at a deficit and trying to bring it back?
In our team, we're very hype. And we get very over-aggressive, you could say. And I think Luca Perks is very, very good at calming everyone down and telling people to just relax, because we really need that as a team. And I think if you had to count the amount of times he said, like, oh, back, or it's fine, or slow down, or stuff like this in the series, you probably like would get like 100 times he said that. So I think he's very, very good at sort of just staying calm in like the decisive moments. And I also think that he's improved like individually throughout playoffs. I actually think he's like gotten better at like laning, and recently he's actually been like winning lane against like the other mid laners. But before he was like sort of struggling a little bit more, I think.
Okay, I want to know now, who gets the most hype that needs to be calmed down by Perks?
Blabberfish.
Amazing.
It has to be Blabber.
Throwing Blabber under the bus.
It has to be Blabber. I'm sorry, Blabber.
You get him on someone like Nocturne, right? Very much fits the personality. Go in, make the things happen. But overall, C9 having a great performance here today. But Fudge, the thing is, the journey is not done for you. As we take a look at the lower bracket run ahead, you do have another matchup. Cloud9 taking on the winner of tomorrow's series. We've got Immortals, TSM. We have been hearing rumblings all across the Twitter sphere and beyond about how IMT is smashing it in scrims, and who knows what to expect from this matchup. So I want to know from you, Fudge, what do you think we can expect tomorrow?
Yeah, so word in the street is Immortals is very good. So maybe they'll beat TSM. Honestly, I think it's possible. But I assume that TSM probably, I mean, I think the people on TSM prep very well in playoffs especially. So I expect TSM to win probably 3-2. And I expect to verse TSM and 3-0 them.
Nice.
Okay.
All right, calling here.
Yeah. Is it just 3-0s the whole way through from now on?
It's just 3-0s the whole way through.
The new C9 run through the lower bracket. Let's go.
It's happened 2 times in a row at this point for Cloud9, right? So we can't fault you for continuing to predict it. We do have even more playoffs coming your way, everybody, because Academy Grand Finals are kicking off in only a few minutes. While the series was recorded a little earlier on in the day, it will be airing here on the LCS Twitch channel after we close out the day. Cloud9 Academy and Team Liquid are dishing up one last clash of the Titans to close out their season. Can't wait, everybody. Fudge, thank you so much for joining us here on the desk, as always. Your first time on the desk at that. What a pleasure it has been.
Thank you.
But that's going to do it for us here, everybody. On behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire remote broadcast crew and live crew, every part of it, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LCS. Until then, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night. It's Fudge. Bye.
All night, yeah. All night, yeah. All night, yeah. All night, yeah. Tell me what you wanna hear. Tell me what you wanna do. All night, yeah. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me how you wanna roll. All night, yeah. How about a backseat? How about a front seat? All night, yeah. I don't know apology. I don't owe no apology. All night, yeah. Hands up, don't get hit with a pistol. Hands up, don't get hit with a pistol. Hands high, waving back